Karen Reed trial watchers. I'm a trial watcher. I'm a trial watcher. Wake up. Wake up. Taking us back to June 5th. Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen motherfucking Reed. This is day 20 of the trial on June the 5th, which is a Wednesday, Hump Wednesday, back almost a year ago. Bringing out my booklets here. Starting a little bit early so I can show you guys some stuff. Bukkake. Yeah, Yuri Buchanan over here. Now, did some digging last night. I got some good shit. So how this worked for me is when I made these booklets last year, these are my trial booklets. And right here would be like the timestamp of my video, the actual time, all like that, okay? So I wanted to take a look. At something. I want to take a look at this clothing because I wanted to look at a bunch of things, but it's due to Ashley Valor's testimony last year. Ashley Valor, I call her Valor. Ashley Valor, tell you what. She's the one that actually read and displayed items from DeChico's bag of evidence from January 29th, February 3rd, you know, that big day in question when Yuri, DeChico, and Proctor went over to the house on February 3rd. But anyways, we're going to get all into that. Let's be clear. Officer Good right here. Officer Goody. Yeah, Officer Goody, when they arrived at 8:22 a.m., he was still cleaning the driveway. But then he met Proctor in his vehicle. They both walked in together into Canton PD. Okay. Right here, last year, Goody. They talked for 25 to 30 minutes when arrived. Okay, is that right? Now, that would mean, in my humble opinion, that would mean that he doesn't know yet that there was I hit him from Jen McCabe yet, because Lank goes over at 9 o'clock in the morning and goes to back to 34 Fairview, allegedly. I just don't ever believe he left. But he says he met Proctor and he met Proctor at 9:15, but he drove his personal truck to Canton, and for 10 to 15 minutes, a sedan front he was waiting for him. Like, he waited 10 or 15 minutes. That's just mine. He was waiting 10 or 15 minutes until Proctor got there. Proctor lives right by the Canton Police Department, just so we're clear about that. But him and Proctor walk in together into the Canton Police Department. Good talks to him for 25 to 30 minutes when arrived. All right. And that's huge to me. We haven't talked about that yet here today, but this is all on direct examination. Or I'm sorry, this part. Yeah, this is all on direct examination. And so Lally, when he did this, he just literally went in order, boom, 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 boom. Okay, so we got a lot. Now, Trooper Proctor, remember? So Yuri says yesterday that Trooper Proctor got a phone call from Jennifer McCabe, you know, because she just keeps remembering stuff, you know. Right here. Brian Albert testified opposite to how he explains what occurred at 34 Fairview, which was Brian was not separated from anybody. Everybody was just standing there. Okay. So remember, my theory is, if you want to say theory, go ahead. My theory. My investigation has led me to believe that Lank and Goody, okay, involved heavily. But I think Goody isn't like Lank in terms of like, he's selfish. He ain't going down for nobody. You know what I mean? Like nobody. It's just, that's why I would get him on the stand and milk it for everything it's worth, because you're going to get some good shit. That's what I believe. So what else did I want to point out? Each item sealed, processed, stored in evidence room. Jeff DeChico, Tully, Kowalski had access to the evidence. Double bagged. Here we go. Remember he was talking about some leaf bag? He's so full of shit. Okay, so last year, double bagged all items together. See that? Lank is 100% in this up to his neck. 1,000% correct. Yeah, 1,000. But right here last year, he said he double bagged, like a condom, all items together. See that? So I hope Alan Jackson goes to his testimony. Okay. So what I hope they did is you're able to have a device that will download Yuri's testimony. Don't care about if you have it in actual transcripts or whatever, because you can use the footage, but you have last year's testimony, okay? And you would have had yesterday when they would have been done at 4. One of them damn law students, okay, should have known everything that motherfucker said, had created an Excel spreadsheet to say, this is what's different from this is what's different from this, because you're going to need to do that with this man. I plan for this man to be on the stand for a good 2 days. I'm not kidding. Especially if he's going to be evasive. And so he's just going to need to say those sentences like, do you deny saying blah, blah, blah? Get him. But right here, he said that he double bagged all the items together. And then that's what he said last year. And then this year, he's saying that he used a big leaf bag. Okay. So, I was still unclear. So I got it cleared up though. Proctor knew his schedule, and he, for the past month or the month prior to this incident, he was the on-call guy. So I want clarification is do they switch and rotate on-call? Do they take it by months maybe? I want to know how that works. Or I hope that AJ asks about that. Tell me about this on-call stuff. Okay. Next, I want to show you guys. Right here. Karen Reed. Going to Karen Reed's house, okay? Well, first of all, he testified last year that there were never two, so it was never the same trooper was assisting CSS. So I want to see if that gets talked about again. And what I think he means by that is that when they weren't going and doing something, him and Proctor, it was a different person with them when they would get the crime scene people involved. Okay? So, next, Reed's parents' house. He said GPS not accurate due to conditions. So, I'm curious. I think that was that just comes out in a statement GPS not accurate due to conditions. He arrived at 2:30 p.m. This would have been after he went to the hospital. Okay. Then, and then Barros arrived in the F-250. Now I got the Barros shit. Hold on one second. the Barrows shit. I'm going to print that for you guys, which is when the car was, like, when he arrived and shit like that. From being like, hey, they ordered this tow truck way early. Okay. Let's not kid ourselves. They didn't wait till after they saw the vehicle to order up the tow truck. And that's what Alan Jackson was getting at yesterday is it's like, wait a second. So you thought that a glass was thrown and hit him in the face, right? So, and he got into some type of an altercation. So my client weighs 100 pounds soaking wet, and that's who you think beat up John O'Keefe. Like, he needs to go there with it. Okay. Here we go. Right here. Arrived. I'll make that darker. Cleared. Okay. So this is Nicholas Barrows. Nicholas Barrows. Ooh. Dispatched. 303:54. Okay. So that's that. So dispatched at 303, arrived at the Reeds, the parents 327, and then cleared at 417. Okay. Now he's saying that he arrived, like I said, Buchanan at trial 1 said that he arrived at 2:30. He said something about wanted significant time. Like Barrows arrived after at 3:03, but Proctor, when they testified, they made it seem like Nicholas Barrows wasn't there yet. Or I'm sorry, it was the opposite way. That Nicholas Barrows was there when they arrived. So let's get that straight and clear that Nicholas Barrows did not arrive until 3:27, and they were there before that. Next. Now, this is what Karen Reed allegedly said in that interview. Okay. In the house. She said, again, he's like, when he arrived, he noticed missing pieces from the light. He was greeted by Mr. Reed. Barrows asked if we could plow the drive. Don't know who he asked that to. When he was inside, laptop on lap, phone on couch, discussion with Miss Reed. They were kind and courteous as we were at the information gathering portion of the investigation, and I was standing across the room. We asked her to walk us through the 24-hour activity, walk us through it. So these are the statements of the defendant. So what I am expecting to see on redirect from Brennan when it's his turn, he is going to play all the statements from Miss Reed, potentially, if he's allowed, while Yuri's on the stand. And to say, is this what she told you on that day? Is this what she told you on that day? Stuff like that's coming. So she said, willing to answer questions without detail. So he says that again today or yesterday. Okay. The 28th morning, there was a fight breakfast. Then the 28th at 9 o'clock, met O'Keefe. He was drinking Bud Lights. I was drinking vodka sodas. Now, I did this in the order that he said it. Parked her vehicle, which is interesting. Then mentions the Waterfall bar. Okay. Left without a beverage. No at McCarthy's. Like, didn't leave the place. And I'm thinking to myself, it's really detailed that anybody would remember that. You know, must have been a big talking point. All right, because where I would have suspected they'd be talking about leaving the bar with a drink would be John. John left the bar. Like, they're really going to remember McCarthy's that she left with that glass and brought it in. I mean, that means that you must have been peeping hard, Karen. Like, what the fuck you look like? She says, now this is the key part. Stayed at Waterfall 1 hour. Invited. They were invited then somewhere. She drove them to 34 Fairview is how he says it. I think he says the word fairway, by the way. Dropped O'Keefe off at party. Okay. This is how she's describing it. This is all, allegedly in a report that he then testifies to. This is Yuri. A couple things are interesting with that, with like at a party, like that at a party, like a party was already happening. I would never call what was going on at 34 Fairview a motherfucking party. That Brian Albert was there, okay, with two friends. That's not a party. We're clear about that. Okay, I throw parties. I know what a party is. That ain't no fucking party. But the Blizzard party off 33 on Oakdale, now we're talking about a party. He said, made a 3-point turn and then left. I don't know. It happened last night about the light. Now, gave numbers to the troopers. She had stomach issues and didn't want to go into the home. Now, when I would think that they would be writing when she drove them to 34 Fairway, who's them? Because it would be like I drove John there, I drove us there, them. To put the word them in a report is very, very interesting to me. Them is multiple people. Them is plural. Woke up looking for him. Found him, did CPR, injuries, nose, mouth, swollen eyes. 3-point turn. Step of her operation of vehicle, interview terminated. Phone seized as evidence. The Dighton police dispatch tow truck. This is how they make it seem. This is how, when you're talking about somebody testifying, this is the order that they're testifying in. And so then they make it seem like that down here, after we did all of this, that we're going to get that tow going. That's not what happened at all. Okay. Plow, camera. Plow, flatbed, truck, cameras. Not at that time after we learned about video. They didn't ask for to see the cameras. Arrived home. Okay, sorry. Went to Canton PD. Followed Reed's car. Sallyport. Canton driveway camera. Right there, he testifies to the Canton driveway camera. He mentions it, that there was like a Canton drive. And then they show that on screen. They published for the jury. Lally does. Little publisher. And it says 5:30 p.m. 4:15, 4:20, 5:30 arrival. 1 hour and 15 minutes. That's a long time. Establishing a perimeter. That's when you see them put the caution tape up. Sallyport until next time, the 2nd. They didn't go to the Milton barracks, or if it did, it then got transported. Canton Mass recuses themselves. Exhibit 34, Canton garage camera, 8:09 a.m. on February 2nd, 2022. Taillight removed and evidence collected. So in trial 2.0, we don't see that. So they don't play the Sallyport camera. Okay. They don't talk about the taillight being removed. All right. And this is a big day because it was beyond like this. Well, the day that they had, obviously, Karen Reed's car, but talking about somebody coming in there and just taking the whole fucking taillight out, right? Then Yuri testifies to case officer, not lead investigator, Trooper Proctor. We got the Ring Meadows camera. No date and time. So I'm interested to see scope of request of warrant. January 24th midnight to January 30th midnight. They published the Ring camera from Meadows. 5:07 a.m. driving to go look for John. 5:07, remember? So this is all last year. 5:07 is the same time that Jennifer McCabe calls her sister. Then, again, this is last year's. Connor Keefe, McCarthy's visit, retrieval of surveillance video, transaction receipts. Still shots of Ring camera of Karen backing up. So remember, they didn't do that last time to say, did she tap the car? Brennan didn't do that. Mentions that McCarthy's is 12 minutes behind. Points out back pocket phone guy. I make a note of that. He's a back pocket phone guy, you know. Brennan points that out. 6 drinks. Now I heard the word tab, so there was multiple tabs. $52.80. Karen Reed, 1 Tito's was on there. It was really weird. It had John O'Keefe's MasterCard, I believe, though. Again, really weird. Okay, now that was day 20. Now day 21, let's get to the cross here. There might be some more direct. Okay. He said he found the straw hat, glass shards, flagpole. You were looking for hat. That's why you went back there. And this is what you found. And he's talking about the flagpole. He's talking about it's by the flagpole. So it's interesting to me because he says that the shards, the glass, the cup, the shards, the hat, the straw. And that was on February 3rd. They had planned to meet at 34 Fairview. When they got the Ring camera, multiple search warrants, missing videos, defendant arriving, and Jen Carey walking back out to cars missing. Canton was there when he arrived on 2/4/2022. He just traveled by location, he said. On February 10th, they went back. 6 items found, 14 items found. I want to know about the hat more. Then he does Higgins' text with Karen and John. Then Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, all together interviewed in their house. It took him 45 minutes to conduct a full interview in detail. Karen Reed, defendant, recording, my taillight is cracked, John pulverized. Oh, they played that part. DNA findings. Here's where he starts going to Alan Jackson last year. Ring search warrants, activity logs. No evidence of my client logged on. No activity logs provided by the Ring, right? Ring contacted Dropbox folder. So basically the Ring's all in question. The activity logs, you don't have my client deleting anything. When did you know he was a Boston police officer? Remember that question yesterday? He doesn't want to answer that. Proctor didn't go to house, neither did Buchanan last, same thing. They weren't there in the morning. Okay. At 10:41 a.m. in the morning, interviewed firefighter Flamati. That's what he says last year, is that they interviewed at 10:41 a.m. firefighter Flamati. I think that that's so fucking interesting because, and at 10:41 a.m., struck in face with cocktail glass. They were calling the Good Samaritan Hospital at that time. They supposedly interviewed firefighter Flamati, all while having to get at 10. So then you look at Jen's call logs, and when she's talking to Trooper Proctor, Good Samaritan, gray shirt, blah, blah, okay. Late that night stored. So last year he said that they got there late and they stored at 10 p.m. laying out. They had a lock and key. Who had access? Bagged after, dried, bagged, and logged. Written on it was handwritten label maker description of items. It says 1 orange t-shirt, 1 gray shirt. So those were bagged together. They were presented as separated, but they weren't. And this is confirmed by the people in the laboratory. So when he says that they bagged everything individually, he's a fucking liar. The 1 orange t-shirt and 1 gray sweatshirt. Label February 4th, 2022. The report was written November 4th, 2023. These people just lie, man. Okay. On February 4th, 2022, Lank Chief Berkowitz stopped his car and called. So Lank was there on the February 4th. February 10th, made plans to go that way. Melting evidence. GPS coordinates. Events number 310, 210, and 22. So at 9:15 a.m. It was reported and turned over, though, not till March 14th. Did you ever draft a report? No. Ring video yesterday. 5:07 a.m. Tire. Does the tire move? He finally gets him to say, yes, the tires move. Let's look at the Sallyport. Go to Canton. Last talked to Lally 2 weeks ago. Meeting with the DA. Inaccurate fashion. True and accurate. So then he shows them the Sallyport that you provided this jury with was an inverted video. So Buchanan was on the stand day 20, day 21, day 22. So I'm expecting him to be up there for a while. Sallyport video identifying you and Proctor. Are you changing your testimony from yesterday? No. Did you mention it was inverted? No. It's a mirrored image of video. Analogy of that, 5:13 p.m., 5:48 p.m., 5 minutes, 17 minutes. This person just appears out of nowhere, doesn't he? So he's showing them all those little breaks. He has a black book in his hand. Who's that? He asks. He corrects the video closest to the camera. The grainy video, he says it was not inverted. He's just making up shit. Points out that there's 42 minutes missing. So what does that have to do with grainy videos? Well, how is 42 minutes missing? The chief medical at 10:41 a.m. said that this was a domestic assault. Sergeant Good's report, Flamati's report. Back of head, recross. Back of head versus eye struck to the face with glass. Late April, early May, receiving videos, not secured. Okay. Tully recused themselves. What? All right. So this is where I want Alan Jackson to go with all of that. We need to talk about this. And you need to state that if you're investigating in the beginning stages, right, why wouldn't you have gone to 34 Fairview immediately to see the scene? Who doesn't go to the like where the scene would have happened to like check it out, to like see what's up? Like, can you imagine if somebody would have gotten shot, right? You don't want to go and see where they got shot. You don't go there for like 3 days. Very strange. So I want him to use some analogies with the jury to understand that. Like, ask him if he went somewhere else. Did you think that this happened somewhere else and then he was placed there? If my client was supposedly drinking, then maybe she got the location wrong that she dropped him off at. Because it's his words about 34 Fairview. I've never seen her say the words 34 Fairview versus her saying she's always referring it to someone's house. So, next. We'll see, though. It's 8:56. This is a huge day for Karen Reed. I think this is a very, like, this key witness here is how you're going to get in third-party culpability. So if Karen Reed is going to go third-party culpability, this is who you want to get it all through. And I think Alan Jackson's going to do it. I think he knows what's up. So, like this. I think this jury is confused as fuck. I mean, how could you possibly be following along? It's so in the most wackest order I've ever seen anything happen. Karen Reed said yesterday that Trooper Proctor will not be called. Tully, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert. So, like, she needs to do it, you know? Like, she should, I think that she needs to call Proctor. I think that he needs to plead the fifth on the stand. I think the reason that they know about the fact that Proctor isn't being called is due to evidence coming in and how it's getting in. So I think that when Alan's doing those objection sidebar, I think he's going up there and he's saying, this person can't introduce this evidence. Well, why is this person introducing this evidence? So if DeChico's name is on all of this shit, why isn't DeChico testifying? You know, whoever does the work signs the bags, and like that's what you would testify to. If Yuri's name's not on any of that shit, why? I mean, and I think then Brennan's like, well, I mean, we can go ahead and call, DeChico in here to just go ahead and say that, yep, he did that, That's all we would be calling him in here for. And so then you're over there at the sidebar and stipulating to certain things. So I just think with this is the only person I believe that they're calling. This is the last person, in my opinion, they're calling as far as a cop goes. What evidence is truly in right now? I don't see any other person they would need to call as far as the cop goes. So leaving a lot of holes. I mean, yes and no. A lot of team meetings have been going on, I can tell you that. I think people, the lab people will be next since YB introduced that evidence. But yeah, and for the record, with all the evidence or the lab people, I think the person that we'll hear from with just the lab is going to be the woman that went there to process it and that found the little pieces on the bumper and that did the swabbing for the DNA of John. I don't even know if we're going to if we hear from Ashley, who put the taillight back together. If we hear from her, it'll be so minimal compared to like last year. It's just going to be that you built this and you took all the pieces that they gave you, you know what I mean? And you put this together. The dates that she did it. Boom. I'm trying to think. And then they're going to have their reconstruction, the Aperture people. Now, the Aperture people did a test on, and clearly an SUV of Karen's and John's backing into John's SUV to see what it would have done. No, they don't have to let. She could just decide that day. They're not gonna let them know shit. One of the tests though that Aperture did was they did a driveway test to see what type of damage. But I think you could easily argue that, was there any measurements of where John's car was or John's SUV was when it? I mean, how many different angles did they take? It'll be interesting. You hear from Arca, and Arca's like, yeah, no, we did that test. The car didn't do this damage, and you're going to talk about the dog. It'd be interesting. Hi. Yes, that's what needs to happen. They just need to start from the beginning and tell the jury, like, if you call the people that they didn't call at the beginning of each line of questioning, you're going to say that, last year you were called to testify on behalf of the prosecution, right? Okay. And so therefore I was cross-examining you last year, right? I didn't call you to the stand last year, right? I think Karen's timeline person's gonna seal the deal for Karen to get acquitted. I do. He's gonna definitely say that those are flights of stairs that they happened over there at Oakdale. The question is would Alan Jackson and his team ask themselves, well, who the hell lives over at Oakdale? Like, if that's true, like who? That's what I'd be saying. If I'm a lawyer, right, and my expert comes to me and says, hey, this person was taking these steps right here, like here to go up the flight of stairs and here. And And I get what they're saying. He could have been in a car or whatever, that it's a really flat area. I don't see that being the case. Does he know anybody over there? Also, he went straight there before putting on the, what do you call it? Were they picking somebody up over there? And then when Karen says, I dropped them off at 34 Fairview. So did she go and pick somebody up over there? There has to be like, you don't just say, okay, great, thanks so much. And then not ask yourselves or ask Karen, like, hey, did you go anywhere before you went to 34 Fairview? You know, just to, oh my God, that's right. You know, whatever. I don't know. You could use Buchanan's words from last year against him. Since he said, well, you said my client told you that she dropped them off, right? That's what you said last year. So them is plural, right? So who else did she drop off besides John? And I would fuck with these people. Oh, we're going to start with regular bingo this morning. Why is she saying she saw him go into the house? I personally think she saw him go into Oakdale. That's what the evidence shows me. And she didn't know. She wasn't the one that was telling. Hey, John's just saying, turn here, go here, go here. I don't know. We'll see. But today's a big day. Like a huge day for Karen Reed to get in third-party culpability. Alan Jackson needs to say, well, if you're investigating this, when did you find out that other people were in the house? He has to ask if he reviewed the Canton police reports. The Canton
you are unmuted.
Firefighter report. Anything that was written, like your did you see these inconsistencies? If you're debriefing. And also they need to point out when Karen Reed was arrested. Why was Karen Reed arrested when she was arrested? If all of the stuff that you're saying that you're doing is happening all these days later, why was Karen Reed arrested? I think that you should point that out. Like, how could you say you investigated anything and why are you going and getting these things after the fact? Like, did you even look? When did you look at the Waterfall videos? When did you look at the McCarthy videos? Putting like a timeline together to show like you're arresting my client.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning,
when?
Ms. Reed.
Good morning.
Like you didn't even investigate. Oh, fuck shit.
Happy Friday. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything? Affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said your worship. Thank you. Can we bring Sergeant Buchanan in, please? And Mr. Jackson, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Yuri Buchanan. He's batting 0 for 7 on the day here, so he's dressed in an all black suit.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins?
There you
Either
go.
at that time or afterward.
Objection.
Okay. I'm pausing it. You guys know that I normally don't do this. Right there, it tells me that Alan Jackson knows that he needs to use this man to get in right there. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins. This is your third party culprit. This is how you get it in. What's he do right off the bat? Asks about those two people. Fucking awesome. He's on.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick.
I want to know if he's going to try to attack the glass pieces from the cocktail class. They don't all match, potentially.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Sir, you can actually let me front page that as well. Just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10 foot by 5 foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay,
5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there.
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You used the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory
Thank you.
is an assumption or presumption.
See, detectives have theories. Okay. If that doesn't settle the conspiracy theory debate, like if that doesn't end it, theories, yes, theories.
Correct.
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm
So the answer is
not
yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well,
Argue.
You'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had
Where?
the statements
Who? From
that,
who?
oh my God, did I hit him? So
Oh my God, did I hit him?
utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass.
No.
So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So why'd you arrest my
So
client?
the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me. So if you can bring up the Webster's dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained, let's move on, please.
You would agree with me, Sergeant,
Get him!
that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I
You
don't
know
have the
that
tools to GPS
third-
coordinate.
Wait, you could just do
and I
you could
don't.
do a piece of paper, graph paper.
Take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't
Okay.
move.
There you go.
And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another item, another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two. That's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained,
You ever heard of that?
Why was it sustained?
Objection.
sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No,
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
you just demonstrated to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
How do these people have a job?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found? That's a question. I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20 odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Same general vicinity. If there was a different location.
That's what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
That's the description of the items
So the
recovered.
answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you?
What didn't happen? What the fuck is this guy talking about?
Take a look at that photograph. Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Alan, take your foot and shove it up his fucking ass. Start embarrassing this motherfucker.
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that the items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and look at that, John.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 111.
May I approach you?
Yes.
you indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Can we publish this, Your Honor?
Okay.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the dates, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Buchanan.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what is that description?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Ferry Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
So Proctor,
I bagged it myself.
why would he fill it
Whose
out?
handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time. So someone
Got him.
else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's them?
Them.
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
up.
to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment.
Wait, what? You
You had
He's
items of
lying.
evidence that you've
He's
already
lying.
described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since this is part of every piece of evidence, you think this evidence was important.
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're going to go through each person.
Every one of them. There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Kakowski?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens
What?
of times
Sure,
over the years.
sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
These are the not guilties. This is why she's not guilty. This is absolutely ridiculous that he's allowed to get up here and testify like this.
Do you recognize it?
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals interviewed. Might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that, Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well,
Why
you
say-
you
why
provided
say
you provided a document to me, so
that? Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that, did you?
Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure.
Sure.
That appears to be Michael Proctor, a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay, can you turn to the first tab? It's a purple tab.
Some of these came off.
It's fine, it's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. You see a series of handwritten notes appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. The
You
these
see a highlight?
yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this stuff?
Why? 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 Why do we need a sidebar? Why? Bev, you're not gonna Alan Jackson is gonna keep him up there for days. I'm telling you that. As he should. Be honest with yourselves. Take this case in all of its kind. If this was a guy that was trying to, that you want to believe, okay, and he has nothing to hide, okay, because he's just a trooper going for the truth, right? That's what he testified to on direct examination. This screams anything but that. How do you not know your partner's handwriting? You expect this jury to believe that you don't know your partner's handwriting? That's what you say. Are you telling this jury that you don't know Michael Proctor's handwriting? You have to form the questions as not argumentative. Abso-fucking-lutely ridiculous. Okay, so are you going to tell this jury here, you want them to believe you, right? This jury's here to believe you. They have every reason not to not believe you, right? I mean, you're an officer, you're a police officer, right? So what you say holds a lot of weight for these jurors, right? Wouldn't you say? Do you think it holds more weight than the average lay witness, citizen? You get hired because of your character. That's like superb, right? You expect this jury. Well, scratch that. My client is expecting you to be able to investigate a case that involved her boyfriend, and you can't even identify your own partner's handwriting? Let's have a hypothetical here, Mr. Buchanan. I'm going to give you 6 different pieces of paper here. And if this was left at a crime scene, wouldn't you try to figure out whose, I don't know, handwriting that was? Right? And you want to sit here and tell the jury that you have no idea whose handwriting is on that piece of paper that bagged that. The fuck out of here. Out of here. So Trooper Proctor was there on February 10th.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that. If there's a reason that you have to leave with an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag, you can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
That's not what the documents say.
It's
The person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
well, I passed that information along to them.
I see.
How do you know?
So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed that along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
What?
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out. correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember. No.
He's going to get her not guilty.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until
March 14th.
March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
What? You don't? Okay,
Those
let me help
pieces
you
of
out.
evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
What do you mean suggesting?
By the way, the evidence,
Just like the evidence suggested to you to,
the actual piece of evidence.
everything's just so suggestive.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It didn't go in until
Okay.
March. You guys like how I just call out these dates before Alan Jackson over here? Karen Reed just got her not guilty verdict. Woo! Ain't no way a jury is like, yeah, this is totally normal to. You don't know your partner's handwriting? Okay, yeah, you lying. Amnesia. This is corruption right in front of our face. Yep. Massachusetts State Police, how you feeling, baby? Woo! Let's give them a call. Yo, I just gotta give you guys some props. Where can I write in? You guys are just I'm watching one of your troopers right now. Oh my God, he is just fabulous. Let's give him a call. Let's call the Massachusetts State Police. Let them know what's up. Hey, I think one of your troopers has amnesia. Massachusetts State Police, where you at? I'd like to report. I think somebody is on the stand right now.
Can we
Here
move on
go.
and come back to this, Mr.
No, we
Jackson?
can't. No.
I think I've just
Shut the fuck up, Bev.
gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry.
Mass State Police Headquarters.
Hi, I was wondering, where do we file a complaint? You guys have those online?
You can take a look at those two documents.
I can give you the complaint section.
Okay, yeah. I'm just watching a trial unfold in front of my eyes, and I just cannot believe that this guy works for the Massachusetts State Police. So I need to voice my opinion. Where can I do that?
Hold on a moment.
Okay. Okay, they just hung up on me live. I'm watching a trial, and I can't believe this. Bitch, you crazy!
Okay. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I'm going.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log.
Oh my God, Lindsay says $50 for Love It calling MSP. I'm about to call back. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm calling back.
By item, I believe, but I didn't take
Fuck
a
yeah, Lindsay.
deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see
Fuck these
any
bastards.
item, especially focusing on items
So
7,
sick and tired of this shit.
items 7, 12? You see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 4th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
I'll take a look. All these people can suck it. Okay. Lindsay, for Love It calling MSP. I'm dying right now. I know. I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. I want to, are they watching? This is crazy. Thank you to Tanda, $20. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Samantha, $10. TNT, woo! Land of the Liar Extinguisher, $10. Go see Rosie. Lainey, love your channel. $10, $20. You're amazing. Free Karen Read. Fuck yeah, free Karen Read.
Refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab.
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
Yes.
There is.
No, there's
We
not.
displayed the bag, me collecting them on February
Where'd
10th.
that go?
And they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
Where?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Who?
Possession.
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you these items, after February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore.
Homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's keep answering the same question that I'm.
Correct now.
You can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sir Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remain, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
How is that sustained? What the? Yeah.
Yes.
I'm
just
sorry,
to-
I'm sorry. Mr.
Just for
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start.
This is ridiculous. Go in, come out. And guess what? Anytime I do stuff, they always fuck with me, man.
As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
I rewind it back so we didn't miss anything.
Yes.
So this is absolutely crazy.
Take a look at that. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
What is it?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
Matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th. The 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation
What?
when I recovered that item.
Precipitation?
I mean, I
What
don't know
the
if it was
fuck?
storming. There was a low
You said it was fucking
pressure cell
pouring
coming through. I had
hard.
no idea.
Okay. But the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw that reference.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony that there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Come on.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Yuri.
Sergeant, that's a two-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please? And let me know
Two-page
what's finished?
doc. I want to give a shout out to Lindsay and Sean. Thank you so much for the support. Massachusetts State Police didn't want any of these titties.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can
some,
you tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that?
on the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On
second
the
page?
sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker, March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the?
There's also a date at the,
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark it for evidence. What's the second page?
second page is a large piece of red and black Taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Dude, he has to do all of this shit because Brennan hasn't done anything. He needs to get.
Okay, thank you, I'm sorry about that. So there's 1 page is an evidence bag, the other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just, one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have those marks and introduced as next in order A and B.
Yeah, because your daddy didn't do it the right way, honey.
Can you come on?
Who would ever marry this man? Fuck out of here.
No objection.
How could you like look at somebody that has that face on them the whole time? Like, it'd be like, did you just swallow your own shit? Like, what's the problem? Like every time, like he's I forgot, that's right, he eats evidence.
A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Publish that shit, baby.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Taking a look at this,
All right, let's take a look here,
Can you
guys.
describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
What is it? What do we got?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name.
9 a.m.
It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
Oh,
And can you show the date or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
oh boy.
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
Ashley Vleur.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials. I
It
don't know what it
is.
is. I'm sorry.
It's Ashley
enough.
Vleur.
This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab. The black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here,
Wow.
2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes,
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this.
Look at this shit. Look at this moment.
Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom? and
Oh
tell me
my
if
God.
that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The limbs or the item number? The item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay, and that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea
Okay.
about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this according to the rule. Generally,
Yes.
how big is that?
Here we go.
The widest part. That thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay. That's 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item. on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously.
But
No.
according to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down.
How would you miss that?
May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If you
Did
could
you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself with
Brennan?
it.
I didn't see.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously.
This is a 3-page document. Hell yeah. You want
Are
to
you
go
familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
This is great. This is great.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it, do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk? Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume. Yes.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
8 inches.
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
And-
maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
5.
3.5 inches, I
What?
guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C.
Oh, God.
Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 7/16, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Oh my
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe what, 3 inches tall?
Mm,
4?
Yeah, 3.
Um,
3.
okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
that's
Again,
really-
the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you
Wow.
collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When you
Yes.
collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground, but you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it. Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little. Right.
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not
That
see
is-
that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Beautiful.
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
This is so good.
We can take this down.
You just got them. I mean, come on. The jury can follow that. Like, those peaches are huge. Proctor found basically the whole red part.
I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yeah.
You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving CF McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Ms. Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Oh.
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label
This
it
is so good.
something without having complete understanding.
You guys see how he's getting this in? Do you guys see how Alan Jackson is getting this the fuck in? Woo! Worth every penny right here. Fuck yeah. He's now needing to be reminded or refreshed what he needs to see, right?
Of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. They were communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtations, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
What?
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
A kiss.
Sustained.
What? How is that the same?
Do you remember any text message
Physical
between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach your honor?
Thank you. Good job, Alan. Staying on. Objecting to what? Just, hey, then I'm going to show him if he's ever seen these. Alan has the text messages. I would just be saying here, what's his objection about? What is he objecting to? The foundation has been laid. He knows what we're talking about. He just needs to be what? You want me to recollect his memory? Okay, that's fine. And I think that people out there are going to say that you're getting dicey here. You're taking a huge chance and a huge risk. Not if you have the nuts on the back end. You're not. I want to know the dates. Come on. When did Higgins give you these? When did Higgins just waltz up to you and say, hey, I thought I maybe should give you these. You know what I mean? Hey, I heard you guys arrested that Karen Reed broad. Well, let me just show you. So I want to know the date. What's the date? Like, did he come to you the day John died? Did he come to you a month after John died? When did Higgy Poo decide to come and see Yuri Bukaki to give him their messages? It wasn't asked of you, but somehow, how does he even know that you're on the case? How does he even know anything? Question, please. Was that big piece of red taillight found by Proctor after? Yes, all of those three. Those three big pieces that we just saw, there was two pieces. So on February 11th, okay, he finds one. And then on February 18th, he finds those two big pieces. The first big one is 6+ inches by, I would say, 4 inches. And same thing, 7 inches and 4, and then a 6 and 3 incher. So yeah, these people, I mean, and when you combine February 11th and February 18th's, findings, when you combine those, that's making up that big chunk. And there's no, Proctor doesn't make any reports. It's just whoop. I think the jury can see, oh, that's the same handwriting as the February what? The ones that he's like, I don't know whose handwriting that is. You're a detective. I think you should show it up there. Well, oh, by the way, you look at those evidence bags and you saw the ones that Proctor had his name on. Did that handwriting look very similar to the one that you didn't know whose it was? You see Pork crazy. So yeah, those red huge pieces. Berkey's just driving along. Link, all these people just driving along. Police chief, just driving along my automobile. It's raining cats and dogs, and I see just a little fucking pinky fingernail size piece of plastic. Get them over here. They need to pick this up. Who believes this shit? Who believes this shit? Oh yeah. Too cute by half. I watched a Turtle Boy video that's when they had a big fight. Whom he calls Julie, and she blurted out, yeah. I don't know if it's Julie, I thought it was Jill Daniels, but why not Higgins? Like, why are you accusing me of my family but not him? Why did she throw Higgy under the bus? I don't know. All these people just throw everybody under the bus. All these people flat out just suck. AJ was able, let's see, I want to catch that message right there by Murky. By the way, give Murky a round of applause. I mean, she's all over the bingo baby. AJ was able to get writing such Proctor stuff in by showing the jury the last evidence bag that did have Proctor's name on it. They will put it together. Yeah, let's hope, I just have to keep reminding myself, these aren't just dot connectors. Fucking space cadets. Who knows? But let's hope. Will Higgins take the stand? Oh, fuck yeah. The defense is calling him. The Commonwealth isn't calling Higgins. Holly. Lana, thank you. Honestly, thank you for all of your work on covering this case and all the depth work you've done. Yes. Appreciate you for saying that. Thank you. You're welcome. This is crazy. Call the police back. Massachusetts State Police. I agree. Very terrifying. It's crazy how you can just get up on the stand and just act like you don't know dick, you know? I can just act like I don't remember anything and make them work for every piece, you know? I think Alan Jackson's not having it. I think that Your Honor, they're not calling these people. This is the only witness I can get it through.
I can wait here, so we'll take our morning break.
There you go. Told you. He's saying this has to go to our third-party culpability. So you're letting this in. I'm not waiting to potentially. What if Proctor, takes off? What if people don't show up that are subpoenaed to show up when we call them? Like we call them. We can't take that risk. So this is really, remember I told you guys at the beginning of the day, I said, guys, this is so important for Karen Reed today because this is her big chance to be able to make a big push for the third party culpability. So we just had a sidebar.
I need you to stay for just a second, please, Sergeant. So how are we going to get, I know you're very careful about not talking to witnesses when they're on the stand. So you're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Buchanan to review.
I have no problem with Mr. Brennan providing report number 11 and
Here it is.
Okay. And I need copies as well. So if you can get them to Mr. McDermott so I can have them.
This is
that'd
a
be
void
great.
here.
I'm sorry?
No, that won't save time, actually, Michael. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim.
What?
All right, so we'll see you back here in half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
Okay, third party culpability, here it is. Third party culpability defense is when you're saying, not only did I not do this, and I'm going to show you reasonable doubt and blah, 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 but we want to put on a defense that shows that other people did do it. And there's evidence that points to other people's involvement. So it just propounds on the whole for the jury, yeah, holy shit, we can't find her guilty. I mean, look at this. They didn't even investigate this. They just, these people, did X, Y, and Z. So this is basically the way that I think Alan Jackson's going to go about this is that Higgins had motive. If he wanted John out of his, he got into it with John. He tells John about Karen Reed being this big old slut and she's trying to fucking get with me or, have a rebound opportunity or whatever while she's with you, buddy. Do you know that? And I got to come clean. And then that is what ensues a fight. Okay. That is the cause of the fight. They didn't want to go that route in trial one. I don't know why. It was a big old secret. Maybe they didn't think that it was coming in, like, wow, you're going to give us Higgins on a platter like this. And so why this is happening right now is because they're going to do this outside the presence of the jury, in my opinion, to see what his knowledge is. Because she's over here saying, I'm not going to let this happen in front of the jury. So he's like, well, then we're going to do this right now outside the jury. That's fine. Kick their asses out. So let's see. This is going to get juicy here. He was there. He texted texted John right before John begins to take steps. Okay. And John never texts him back, which 99% of the time in life, when someone texts you and you're like meeting up with that person, you don't text them then when you're in their presence. Like if someone was to text me and here I'm on my way to go like meet with them, right? But I don't see the text, right? I don't see the text and I'm literally within their presence within a minute. Then when I look at my phone 5 minutes later and I view their text, what am I going to write a text and say, oh, hey, sorry, I didn't see this right then, but I've been with you for the past 5 minutes. Like, no. When you look at when you actually lay it all out on a timeline, it's very clear. It's very clear. Yep, we're all caught up. So we were only behind a couple mins. So hopefully that helps. But yeah, we're all good. So listen, they can try to say they're going to keep like pursuing this. You think how expensive it is to do this? Not just Karen Reed, but for them to actually go forward with it. So I don't know. I believe she's gonna be acquitted this time around because they got this timeline guy. And who's the forensic guy and the fraud and then the ARCA. And then I think there's one little bomb that's going to nut it all open. But Karen Reed should definitely be able to have third-party culpability. I think that this was just so huge right here. I mean, these pieces that were found is like that's the biggest parts of the taillight. Okay. And yeah, no. How did the three biggest pieces of the taillight not get found until February 11th and February 18th? It's not like that's just common sense wise. And then when you find out that guy didn't testify, right? He's the guy that didn't testify in your case for the Commonwealth. Karen's going to call him. Karen's going to definitely call Proctor. But I think Proctor's going to plead the fifth. Well, actually, I think it's going to help the jurors in this time around. Okay, the jurors don't know the case like we know the case, but the jurors have been shown absolutely nothing. This case is as bare bones this case is going all over the place. The order that he's going in. So when the defense takes over, they're going to start from the beginning, and they're going to fill these gaps. And I don't know why people are saying like that he can't. You can most definitely plead the fifth. I don't know why people are saying that you can't plead the fifth. I believe that he can plead the fifth 100%. They're able to use his past testimony, like offer that up. But if there's a federal investigation, fuck yeah, he can plead the fifth. And that's exactly what I would say. I would be, Michael, if there's a federal investigation, and people can say, oh, it's over. I don't believe that federal investigation is over. Okay, I believe that people have conspired. Conspiracy holds its own charge. Accessory after the fact. I mean, I just believe they're going to go with conspiracy. I believe that all of these people conspired. And I believe that the feds can prove that. But if I would think that most certainly Michael Proctor can plead the fifth. if he fears that there's a federal investigation. So, but I mean, so that's my guess. And if he did, for Karen Reed to say in the interview yesterday when they said, okay, well, they're not calling Michael Proctor, and then she was asked, are you going to call Michael Proctor? How that would be to be determined, that answer alone doesn't make any sense to me. Of course she would be calling him, but to say that that's to be determined is interesting to me, to say that. And that tells me, I'll just blurt it out, that tells me that they think he's a flight risk. I'm not even playing. Who's to say that he just doesn't go and I'm going to go take the family on vacation? We're going to go to, I don't know. But he's on the list, and I believe, so there's a subpoena that's just throughout the whole trial, because if the defense has him on their witness list, he's sequestered until the whole case is over. All these people are. But the whole thing, like, why would it be to be determined? Like, Michael Proctor, you want, like, that wouldn't, to me, that would not be my answer. My answer would be like, of course we're calling him if they don't call him. Yeah, thinking about it, only the Proctor portion of Fed investigation is over. I have been assuming Rafferty meant all of it. I don't trust a word that she says. How would the feds don't tell her anything? They conspired. Okay. The feds, when they got all their CDRs for their call detail records. They got his text messages, for Proctor. Like, let me even put it to you this way. Let's say that Karen Reed was found guilty. Okay. Do you understand that even if Karen Reed was found guilty, that the feds, so after I think that they want this adjudicated. They want this adjudicated one way or the other. As soon as this case has been adjudicated to the point that, okay, here, we have not guilty, we have guilty, then the feds, even if Karen Reed was to be found guilty, the feds, that doesn't impact the feds to say that these other people conspired. So that doesn't mean that didn't happen. And not that the feds will step in, is that's not the murder case is not their case, but they can most certainly charge people with conspiracy. Because let's say, you guys, that, listen, Karen Reed didn't hit him with the car, right? So how do all those pieces of taillight get on the front lawn? Okay, how? That means somebody had to put it there, right? So who did it? Who put it there? And when was it put there, right? And the feds determined, right, that Karen Reed, because they hired ARCA. ARCA determined that no way did John O'Keefe get hit by a car. All right. So who put the piece of taillight there? Who put the pieces? Could it be multiple people? Who put the sneaker there? The sneaker was there. The sneaker is your biggest selling point, and how you rope up the civilians. So you want Matt McCabe, you want Brian Higgins, you want Brian Albert, you want Jen McCabe. The sneaker gets you them. You want Lank, the sneaker, Gallagher. Michael Proctor, somebody went over to Karen Reed's in the morning from the time that she parked that SUV there and left in Carrie Roberts' SUV to the time of 8:30, 8:23 when Ray pulled in the driveway to be able to get the clip of the car. During that time period, somebody went over there. That's why the Ring camera is destroyed. Somebody went over there and got shit that they needed. Okay. And then they got more shit, like after the fact. So, but if you think what was found by the CERT team, okay, that's why the minimal stuff that was found by the CERT team, it was the shoe, okay, and just a little, like the tiny little pieces, okay. So they found the cocktail glass and blood with the leaf blower. Cocktail glass, blood. Then they found the sneaker with the CERT team, and then they found like 2 little pieces, and I believe that that's from the little ding that would have happened from the pullout. And if stuff would have been around John O'Keefe's like tire, or if not, to just grab, break off like just a little piece that would have went there between like 5:45 in the morning and whatever. That's how I see it. Same thing with the hat. Everything should have been found by February, whatever, 4th or 3rd or whatever. For anything to be found after February 3rd, 4th, for no pictures to be taken. I mean, come on. I just think it's, and then nobody on the lawn. Like, the defense is going to have to bow this up. They get to go last, and they're going to have to take like 17 witnesses, put them all in order, okay, and show the story. Because Hank Brennan isn't prosecuting for the truth. Hank Brennan is prosecuting for a conviction. Because if Hank Brennan was prosecuting for the truth, then you wouldn't have left out all these other people for then you guys to make a decision, the jury. And that's how I would sell it during the closing arguments. I would say, Hank Brennan didn't give you, he gave you a book with half the chapters missing. Okay. When we put our defense on then, like our case, we gave you the rest. We gave you the chapters that he didn't. That's how you would present your closing arguments to that jury and say, I don't know how you could trust anybody that would ever give you a book that's 30 chapters in total and gives you 10 of them. That's not somebody that's looking for the truth. That's somebody that's trying to get you to vote a certain way. And here, we're giving it all to you. These are the people that were actually there. Nobody heard her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Seraph testified last trial and said, no, I didn't hear her say that. That's huge. Because that's who Katie McLaughlin said, it points out, that was standing right there when Karen Reed supposedly said that. Good says, no, I did not hear Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Good testified that way. Mulaney, same thing. No, she did not say that. Were you given a phone? No. Were you given a phone? No. Were you given a phone? Nope, nope, nope. They're still gonna, and then they're gonna bring back up the phone. But you wanna to explain that to the jury that Hank wants you to decide a woman's life with 10 chapters out of the 30. They're hiding. What are they hiding? We had to call all of these people to the stand that they didn't call. And I don't care if I would get struck. I would say that shit in the closing, that they didn't call in the first trial, the first proceeding. The fuck is wrong? Like, how, what is, like, I get if you don't want to, you need to call these people and don't do what Lally did and ask them fucking questions that don't matter. The defense should have been objecting to relevance, but by God, this jury has to be so like, there's like, what evidence do we have? What have we seen? We haven't even heard from an ME. And the ME is going to, say that she couldn't label it as a homicide. And that's what you need to stick with. How do you convict somebody when the damn experts can't even tell you what happened to the guy, right? That's how you would want to make a civilian like myself feel that, you guys, how can we say that this girl is guilty when this could have happened, this could have happened, this could have happened? And then on top of it all, the ME saying that she can't label it as a homicide. So boom, murder's off. Now, do we think that Karen Reed, do we think John O'Keefe is no longer with us because of any actions of Karen Reed? And no, you did not beyond a reasonable doubt. Nope, nope, nope. People don't lie to the feds. So that's Mom B, $49.99, missed live for 2 days. The replay crew is lonely. Oh, Lana, you're amazing, smart, funny, and a joy to watch. Don't worry, I'll be putting myself back up on the screen. I don't know why people want to mess with me over here, but my video will be back up on the side. I wanted to just do it at lunchtime. There's a big powwow going on now. Thank you so much, Mom to be 2620. Your work is appreciated. Thank you. Your support is appreciated. Thank you so much. I'd be pissed if I was a juror. I'd be so, think about that, man. Like, yeah, why would this guy not give us, why is this guy not calling people that, and you're going to realize why he's not calling people. And so can you trust somebody like that? Can you trust Yuri? This is the only cop, like, you're going to look at your notes and everyone's going to be like, okay, here, this is what we've heard from, guys. We have 24 witnesses. We heard day one, we heard from Nuttall, the firefighter. Okay. Then we heard from witness two is Carrie Roberts, who perjured herself. Okay. Then we heard from Peggy O'Keefe. Witness three, Peggy O'Keefe. Okay. So what evidence has been shown? Then Nick G, just to submit in some extractions. Okay. Then Daniel Whitley, the paramedic firefighter who's best friends with fucking Carrie Roberts. Okay. Then we heard that was witness 5. Then that was day 1 and day 2. Okay. Then day 3, we heard from, again, back on the stand, was Daniel Whitley. who said none of the things that he said they were using to impeach him. That this isn't what you said to the grand jury. This isn't what you said. Okay. Then we have Jean Demulius and Bridget Meehan, witnesses 6 and 7. They just got up there to say, yep, that's our Waterfall video, and yep, that's our McCarthy's video. So that's witness 6 and 7. Then witness 8 is Mike Camarino. Think about this. Who the hell have we heard from? Then witness number 9, Nick G again, to get up again, call logs, John and defendant, Jen and John, celebrate report, Karen and John's text messages, report call log reports that all got put into evidence, just to put into evidence the call logs. Okay. Ingrid phone records between Ingrid Kurtz and defendant. The Nick G was reading texts off the morning of. We heard that. Then we heard clips 7, 8, 9, and 10 of Karen Reed talking about her sodas and water and what was in it. The end of day was at 3:36. Dr. Fowler is going to be who. I'm sorry. Then we have the reason it was the end of the day because day 4 started off with a view. Okay. At 34 Fairview. Then we had Dr. Fowler. Are you kidding me? Put me to sleep. Thank you guys so much for your support. Dr. Fowler was her blood alcohol, BC, all that. Then day 5 was, I'm sorry. Then we have Jason Becker, who's a firefighter, right? Partner to Dan Whitley. Then day 5, Ian Whiffen. Okay, then we had the ARCA voir dire. No wonder that Hank wanted to keep all these people out because Hank has no case. That's why Hank wanted to keep all these people out because Hank isn't putting on anybody. Okay. So we have then the ARCA voir dire. Okay, again, not in the presence of the jury. So then the jury gets to hear then on day 6, Ian Whiffen takes the stand again. Ian Whiffen. Okay. And that was the cross. Then we have the ARCA ruling. Then day 7, Jen McCabe, witness 13. Who have we heard from? So then we have Jen McCabe, witness 13. I'm sorry, that was witness 12. And we have her. Then we have witness 13, Hannah Knowles, about the BCA. Okay, and then that was it. Then Hannah knows how to come back on day 9. And that's when she was getting crossed. Then after Knowles, then Hannah Knowles woman. Then we heard from Ryan Nagel. Uh-oh, here we go. Making some moves here. Then after Ryan, then we heard Heather Maxton, basically in his closing, he's going to say, as they pulled away, she rammed him. Then after Heather Maxton, we have Sarah motherfucking Livingston. Of all the people, we're calling Sarah Livingston to the stand. Sarah Livingston was walking hand in hand, didn't see anybody on the lawn. She was looking down. She was in the back playing peanut butter jelly time. Okay. Then after Sarah Livingston, we get Katie McLaughlin. Think of this order. Katie McLaughlin. Okay. Katie, I hit him, right? I think that's discredited, right? Then we have Paul Gallagher, who didn't write a report, used the leaf blower, didn't find anything, okay, except for the cocktail glass and blood. Didn't take any pictures, except for he wants to say that, hey, well, we did this. We you know. The chain of custody, cocktail glass, open marked Q for ID, 6-inch berm, asphalt, property line. He didn't do any of it. Then Jackson crosses him and said that Lank, Good, Mulaney, and Seraph, they're all the ones that wrote the report. I don't write the report. I'm fucking Bigwig, man. What you talking about? Like, they fucking write. Those bitches write the report. Okay, so after Gallagher, you know, Paul's of the world. After Paul, then we have fucking Gilman to tell us about how cold it was, and it was a nor'easter and fucking blah. All right. Or I'm sorry, I do apologize. Before Gilman comes on, we have Nicholas G, who reads off all the voicemails. Okay. Gilman tells us how cold it was. Then Charles Ray comes on to tell us that he did a well-being check. Okay, so you can see the dash cam. And then Kevin O'Hare tells us about the CERT team. So we can talk about the evidence collection of the CERT team. Okay. But he didn't find anything. What he found, see, this is we're going to focus on the sneaker of what O'Hare found was a sneaker, but the sneaker wasn't there. And then after O'Hare, right, then you go to day 11, and you have Connor Keefe, who testifies that he got Jen McCabe and Carrie's phone on February 2nd. He dated it, but they didn't, or some shit. Michael Proctor. Let's see then. Then after that, after we have Connor Keefe, right? We have who? Yuri. Witness 24. Yuri. That's what we've had. These jurors have to be lost. We've heard from 24 witnesses, and what they have, you guys, is that because of Jen McCabe saying, oh, Karen said, I hit him. All right. And these people that are supposed, like, you know, Proctor going to interview Jen McCabe, Carrie Roberts, and that's it. So because of what Jen McCabe said, they supposedly followed the evidence. That's where we're at. That is where we're at. And that's why Karen Reed says it's either me or it's Jen McCabe. Either I'm going down or Jennifer McCabe's going down. Because if you believe Jennifer McCabe, then I'm guilty, right? But if you don't believe Jennifer McCabe, then I'm not guilty. It's me or Jen McCabe. And I'm over here just like, I know it sucks, but you're going to have to talk about John. You're going to have to talk about if you found out anything from his phone. What type of relationship did John have with these fucking assholes? What do they always play fight at you know, I don't know. I don't think that this jury has seen anything. And Alan Jackson's just getting warmed up with this piece of shit because Alan Jackson is about to show the jury how Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe's car. Okay. And that's the only reenactment I think that Hank has done. They're not going to call Trooper Paul, or they're just going to show that the car there would have been no damage to the back of the taillight from just bumping into his car. And it's like, no shit, but whatever the fuck happened, it doesn't matter. They were framing Karen Reed from jump. They needed Karen Reed's vehicle. They busted out whatever. They pulled apart whatever. How many sidebars so far? Total? 78. Total 78, something like that. Today, 3. Miss Lazy J, Lana, your incredible justice for John and Karen for sure rights. Yeah, this is just wild. This jury has seen abso-fucking-lutely nothing. Our brains, though, have all of this shit in it. So, like, it's so hard to, like, but when you break down, like I just did, break down what they heard, right? They've heard 1/10 of what happened, and there's only Jen said I didn't see him on the lawn, and same with Sarah Levinson. That's it. Those are the only 2 people that have been called to even testify about seeing John on the lawn. They've taken that completely out of the case. The defense has to put that back into the case, that all of these people were there and nobody saw a body. But that has not been presented to the jury yet, and it needs to, right? And the only way that's going to get in is by the defense. The defense is going to have to call those people, even if they just ask them like 3 questions to get there. Like, you were present that night, right? How did you leave? You know. This will be the completion of week 3. They don't waste time cutting off those jeans. Mods, you are the best. I agree. Are we having a Dateline watch parties later? Yeah, we are. Fuck yeah, we are. Dateline. We all know who your source is, Dateline. It's okay, Dateline. I got you. Hold my Borg. Borga. I just want to say thank you guys. You guys can watch this shit anywhere you guys choose to watch with moi and the rest of you guys in chat. You know, like I always said when I owned a bar, listen, you can go get a beer wherever, but Atlanta's not wherever. People come for the, go watch TVs, go watch a game wherever, get a cold beer wherever, but you pick places because people. Love you. Were you having a beer tonight? Who cares? Oh, let's go. Think about it. Oh no, I want to go here because of, so and so's bartending. It's always so and so has better wings. Like what are the reasons you go to places? I think these parents and party with their kids nonstop. So I think Allie McCabe's Life 360 is interesting to me. Hold up? What's Hanky doing? Hanky drawing up the motion to dismiss? Probably Yuri shit himself. He needs to put on new pants. Oh yeah, thank you so much. I fell off my bar top one time. I crushed my arm so bad. I can't throw a football the same. Oh, speaking of which, here, let me go grab something for you guys. All right, we'll come right back here in a second. Let me see if I can pull this up. Oh yeah, there you go. I think I put on one of my things. I would show you guys one of my pics with Hugh. That's me and Hugh Hefner back in the day, 2020. This one's from 2021, 2022. Me and Hugh. That was for one of the goals that we did. I said I'll show you guys one of my pictures with me and Hugh. Pulled that out. I saw that the other day when I was like cleaning stuff out. And I was like, oh my God, I totally forgot about that time. I was out in LA. I wasn't even 21. I was 20 in that picture. Yeah. So we all went to we were at a bunch of different places that week. We went out there for a week. That was, maybe was I 21? I swear I used a fake ID on that pic. I was either 20 or 21. But anyways, that's me and Hugh Hefner back in the day. I have a couple pictures with him. He saw these tits and never looked back. Oh, fuck the good old days. LA, yeah, and in the early 2000s, it was fun. Baby Lana. We went to we got ourselves in all kinds of trouble. I've been to the mansion before. The grotto. That's just when, like, I don't know, people were normal. Like, I feel like people now, fuck a bunch of weirdos. We were probably at some of the same parties, so they didn't even realize it. You know who I was hanging out with for a weekend once? Do you guys remember BB Mac? Till you're back here, baby. I was like, oh my God, I think that's BB Mac over there. We were at I don't even know, a hotel, and they were at the rooftop bar. We were there, and we just ended up talking to them, and then we just hung out with them for the rest of the weekend. BB Mac. Let's see. I think, do I have one of those? I think I have another one. Let me see what's over here. Oopsies. We went, where'd we go? I don't know. I'll find them. I got a bunch of old pic stashed somewhere. Not like, we have our cell phones back then. BB Mac. Remember those people? Good old days. Anyways, when we were at my Hugh Hefner story is I don't know if I told you guys this. I didn't even know who Hugh Hefner was when I was 20, and I was out there the first time. And so we're at this bar. It was called Joseph's. It's where Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake would go a lot. And they got themselves in a lot of trouble out there. And so this guy comes up to me, and he had to be like, 60. I don't know. He was just old. And he taps me on my back. And I was like, I turn around. I'm like, oh, God. I was like, oh, hi. And he's like, hey, my friend wants to buy you a drink. Are you? And I was like, oh, I bet he does. And I was like, are you your friend? Like, that was my answer. And he starts cracking up. He's like, no, actually, no, my friend really does want to buy you a drink. And I was like, then why isn't your friend asking me? And I was like, who's your friend? And he points across the way. And it's a guy that's even older than he looked, And I'm like, oh, God, of course, this is how it would go down. But my friend who was there with me, she like knocks my arm and she's like, do you know who that is? And I'm like, no. And she's like, that's Hugh Hefner. And I was like, who the fuck is Hugh Hefner? And she's like, yeah, she'll take a drink. She's answering for me. She's like, yeah, she'll take a drink. And I'll have one too. And so the guy walks away and she's like, Leanna, look to your right. And I was like, because I would pay attention. Look to my right, and I see all the Playboy bunnies start walking in. And I didn't know they were Playboy bunnies. I was like, oh my God, who are all these? I was like, oh God, are those all the Playmates? And she's like, yeah, do you now know who Hugh is? And I was like, nah, no. And so that was how that all happened. I swear to God, I did not know who he was at all. And she didn't believe me. She's like, you're lying. I was like, I swear to God, I have no idea who the fuck you're talking about. All I know is there's all these young people, hotties in this fucking bar, and you're making me hang out with the fucking two oldest motherfuckers in here who could potentially croak on us. And this is how we're going to spend our night. So that's the story. I'm over here like, the fuck are we hanging out with these fucking assholes, these old assholes for? And then it all came to me. The good old days. Mm-hmm. Hey, Yuri, math teacher. Google the Cleveland Crush lingerie football team. Google that. Yes, I've been there before. Google the lingerie football team. The Cleveland Crush. And I'll tell you guys a funny story about that. You guys know about the lingerie football league, the LFL, lingerie football league? MTV picked it up. Sherry D! Aww. $20 for Jags to spend for Mother's Day. Aw, is that this weekend? I thought Mother's Day is next weekend. When's Mother's Day? Is it this weekend? God, I really need to look at my calendar. Oh my gosh. They dressed up as FBI agents. It's Sunday. It's this Sunday? Oh God. I didn't even know that. That's okay, I gotta get on it. Sherry, that was so thoughtful. That was so thoughtful. Thank you. I didn't know who Hugh was either until my 20s. My head was stuck in a book, sports, and my kiddos, right? Yeah, I don't know. Yes, Lana gets notified of each account that enters live stream. No, I don't. I can tell you that's not true. I'm on StreamYard. I do all my stuff in the back end, so I don't have all that. DB, thank you. I definitely thought I swear to God, I thought it was in the teens. It's this. What is it? The 10th? What's today? It's the 11th. Oh, my mom asked me that. My mom today. Hi, what are you doing for Mother's Day? I'm like, what the fuck are you asking me? That's like weeks away. Oh shit. He spotted your beauty and my bra size. So, anyways, there's a place in LA called Trashy Lingerie, and I didn't believe it. And it was it's where all the Playboy Playmates get their bras made because like it's for like big breasted but like little waists. Like usually people when they're trying to make these bras, like it's like if you have bigger tits, people are thinking that it's on a bigger person. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? And so Hugh Hefner introduced me to where all of his playmates get their bras made. And it literally is called Trashy Lingerie.
Unmuted.
Oh, here we go. I just learned so much. So much from Hugh. I don't even know if it's around anymore. It was a great place. The best bras I've ever had. Thanks, Jerry. Thank you. Second Sunday in the month of May. Never knew that. Thank you. It's a full day today. Yes. I am a natural.
Go back to session. You may be seated.
Wow, that's a handful.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Sidebar over.
Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission,
Hold on.
sure.
Exhibit 114.
Exhibit 114.
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
The,
What?
in your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you.
There you go. You just did what I said to do. Those are the two boxes or the bags, the brown paper
May I
bags.
inquire with counsel? Just a second.
Sure.
So exhibit 114 and 111, he put the side by side of the handwriting. Do those appear to be the same handwriting?
May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
So he handled the handwriting.
May I approach?
Yes. Absolutely.
Of course.
Thank you.
Okay. Next.
Sorry, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
Documents. This is going to be the text exchange. between, I'll just put Higgins. It's how he extracted it.
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins.
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided, to the best of my understanding, and now has been printed out.
Okay. With court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
So we're gonna mark this.
Do you
For
see his
identification
eyes?
only.
Do you see his eyes light up? He's gonna read these.
The EE for identification.
Oh my god.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
Yes, I am.
I expect to.
I expect him to.
I'm going to see counsel.
I expect him to. I expect him to read this whole document. Hey, if this is how you want to do things, we gonna do it. I expect him to read this. Sidebar. What's the problem? Is there an issue? What's the problem? So Lally gets to spend 40 days talking about the weather, and we can't spend an hour for him to sit here and, you know what we can use? We can use, would you rather have us use Nurse Kim and Auntie Deb? We can use them. They can do the readings. That's fine with us. Can you imagine if Alan Jackson was like, well, we have actually readers that we have here prepared. Can they read for us? Dead. We have readers. Would you like us to get our readers? They're here. They're present. They're outside. Why wouldn't I have him read this? What do these people think this is? This is a murder trial. That was the fourth sidebar today. You know, the jurors are so bored. Is Paul in a tie? Is that him? Oh, he's the next witness. He's the next witness. Paul's the next witness. Mark it, book it. That's my detective work. Paul is the next witness. Told you, this is getting wrapped up so fast. Damn, okay, so Lana catches the Paul on the tie. Interesting. Wow. We're going to call Paul instead of calling, like, you know, somebody that actually can prove Karen Reed's guilty. We're going to have to give him a breathalyzer before he takes the stand, Your Honor. Ellen Jackson's like, we have readers. If Mr. Buchanan, I get that it's his third language. If Mr. Buchanan does not feel comfortable, we do have readers here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Is that right? They will, Paul, but see, he just has to be prepared, you guys. He's going to have to wear a tie on Monday. Yuri's not getting off the stand today. Yuri's not going to be off the stand on Monday. I went back and checked and saw how long Yuri was at it. If there is no Michael Proctor, it all goes through Yuri. Okay? Alan Jackson is saying this right now. Like, they're not calling Higgins. Okay? He received these. This is our third-party culpability, and the jury is going to see this. We're not cherry-picking through this. I have a bunch of questions to ask him about this, which is, upon receiving this, did you at any point feel that Brian Higgins could have been a potential suspect? What should we have for lunch today, guys? I need to call this Massachusetts State Police. I need to ask them, how do I make a formal complaint about what I'm witnessing? I called Framingham. Is that a place in Massachusetts, Framingham? I'll die. Framingham? No wonder the Massachusetts State Police are in Framingham. You can't make this shit up. Ugh.
Mass State Police Headquarters.
Yeah, can I be transferred to Yuri Buchanan's voicemail?
To who?
Yuri Buchanan?
Are they a trooper?
They are.
Okay. State Police Operations.
Oh, hi. I was wondering if I could just get Trooper Yuri Buchanan's voicemail.
I can't give you that, but what are you looking for, ma'am?
Oh, I was just trying to. I think he's just doing a fabulous job with the Karen Reed trial, and I was watching. I just wanted to give a vote of confidence.
Okay.
So that was all. If it's something that I just figured I'd call and just wanted to tell him that we support him.
Okay.
I don't know if they do stuff like that, but thought I'd make a call.
All right. I appreciate your call, man.
Okay, that's all then. If you could just pass it along. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, appreciate you guys. Yeah. About that. They don't even know what the fuck's going on. Nobody knows what's going on. You hear that first one? Who? I just try to give a vote of confidence support. Yuri's just doing a great job representing the state. He's just, with the Karen Reed trial. I guess I can ask for Proctor. I'm trying to reach Michael Proctor. Yeah. Well, when he left, did he leave a forwarding address or a forwarding number? So there's no way I can reach him. The sillies. I was wondering, do you need to pass a literate test? Do you guys do vocabulary test to be a Massachusetts State Police officer? Okay. Can I get a sample test? What kind of questions do you ask to be a Massachusetts State Police officer? Like dictionary? Do I have to know the vocabulary? Like what the terms mean? Like crossing points or something like that. Any, let's see. I think I need to know. Do I have to know how to graph like points when I find evidence? Do I need to I'm just prepping for my test here. And I realized that I'm going to be asked questions if I was to ever be, testifying, that I should be mapping where I find evidence, plotting, like cross coordinates. That's the word I'm looking for. Should I know about what cross coordinating means? Can you explain that to me? I didn't learn that during my time, my 6-week stay. Okay. Am I allowed to use my cell phone when I'm at a scene? Like if, God forbid, the camera's just dead, and can I just take out my handy dandy cell phone and start like clipping? Okay. How many, like when there's something happens, like there's an unattended death, and I'm asked to report, how long should I wait until I actually go to where the person was found unattended and died? Is it like a day, like a couple hours, a couple days? If I'm called out, how quickly should I get on over there? Oh, okay. So I shouldn't wait a couple days to go to the crime scene, a potential crime scene. Okay, wow. And these evidence bags always just get me here. Like am I supposed to fill out the bag, or do I just like put everything in it and then just like wait and give it to somebody else then to say, hey, I need you to fill it out for me and you sign it? Because how does that work? I mean, how would they know that I actually found the items where I'm telling them to fill out this bag? I just want to make sure that I'm procedurally fundamentally sound. Thank you. You see how, this is just absolutely ridiculous. Wait till we get the shoe in evidence. The shoe. Bev is having such a hissy over Yuri Buchanan having to use his voice to read. Okay. My last question for you, Mr. Chupa, is I don't really want to be a Massachusetts State Police officer, but I see that you guys make really good money. So like, how long would I have to like really stick around to get like, that pension? How many years do I have to be with you guys? Okay. And then overtime, if I just want to like, do you guys pay overtime? Can I get a desk job? I'm really good at answering phones, making phone calls. It's my forte. I'm like a professional phoner. You guys hiring for phoners? That's like how dumb I think Massachusetts State Police officers. Sorry, but that's what I think about them. This is embarrassing to the real troopers, to the super troopers. Bev is like, you are not reading Higgins' text messages. We have little kids watching this program. When I testify, at trials, I'm so looking forward to this. Do I look at the jury a lot? Should I like look at the jury when I'm answering? Should I be evasive? Should I be combative? Should I not answer with yes or no's? I really want to do a good job. Now, do we have like a break room? So like, do you guys stop the break room? Are there a bunch of snacks? I love snacks. So like, Are you gonna like have like our kitchen there? Do we have like a chef? Like, do they prepare for us? Am I allowed to take my cruiser through like McDonald's or Burger King? Can I drive through the drive-through line? Is that frowned upon?
Right, so jurors, we're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that of messages that are marked as the next exhibit.
It's so flustered. There's just a big stack, big bulge.
I have two instructions for you folks.
Oh.
First is, as I've told you
Look at him.
before,
Look at him.
before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if you do, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Here we go.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy, I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
You guys, this is fucking epic. Epic. He has to read these. He is like, are you
Thank
fucking kidding me? I love it.
Thank you. Sergeant Buchanan, do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a YO response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time?
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Oh my God, this is so good.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. the next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Lito show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
This is amazing. Carrie, I think even Carrie has it. Look at him. Pound sign. You guys, this is so fucking priceless, epic. I love it. I fucking love it. I love every second of this. Oh my god, my popcorn is so fucking good. It is It's just epic. He's reading this because Higgins isn't being called to the stand by the by Hanky Poo, and so he knows Alan Jackson's like, listen, we have to get everything we can in through Yuri because this is the only cop that they're calling, but actually like did a damn thing in this case. So Yuri interviewed Higgins, so you can get all of this in through Yuri is the one that, quote unquote, when we say interview, like, come on. But Higgins gave Yuri, Bukaki here, gave him the disc that had all the text messages on it. So I want to know if she's talking about Carrie Roberts as well. I will die if she's talking about Carrie Roberts because that's basically like, even if it's Carrie Roberts, I'll literally fall over. I will fall over. Oh my god, going to have one at the Hilly. You guys, so at lunch break, I'm gonna play the reenactment from Nurse Kim and Auntie Deb. Bitmoji. That's right. Why would Carrie have that? Because Carrie's a slut. Because Carrie's a nosy fuck. She gets, like, she's in everybody's business. I guarantee you John said shit about Carrie, like, oh my god, yeah, no, she's really helpful with the kids, but god, yeah, she's just fucking, like, overboard. You know what I mean? Like, that type of fucking person. She's a helicopter mom.
We're trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have that this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Buchanan, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that,
No.
Counsel?
We can do that.
No. No.
The blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray.
Bubbles appear to be Mr. Reed, the text response.
Okay.
That's agreed, Your Honor.
All right, I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No.
Right.
Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please. All right, could we turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Oh my gosh, this is so good. Oh my God.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number?
Question.
Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack.
Oh my
Saving you
God.
as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim.
Oh my God, what?
Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, you're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh. She has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo, like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh. Tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few. I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe.
After party.
Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind?
What's on your mind, Karen? What's on your mind, Karen?
Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Next,
Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within.
Where the
Yes,
above or
absolutely.
below the bubbles.
So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
Bob Clinton, everybody can't stand him. Oh my God, I love it.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I am being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes, from jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure.
Oh my God.
When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now?
I'll give you whatever you want.
Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen?
What do you want,
You look
Karen?
great tonight.
You look great tonight.
I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def.
They kissed outside.
Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter.
This is crazy.
Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen.
Karen.
Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? Thong.
Thong.
I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want.
He needs water. He needs water. He's like, let me get my vodka. Game on.
Game on? You sent mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not.
What? Because you're fresh. What?
Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. Pfft. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad.
Look at the current.
Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today.
Oh my God.
No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over.
I am heading for drinks. All they do is drink.
Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were a ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy. Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 226. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were a ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still trouble. Haha. Why am I?
Damn, man. All they do is drink.
Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in middle. What good does that do?
Oh my God.
Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Haha.
I love the Crown XO.
I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct.
Oh my God. You're
The base? Military base.
Oh.
I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran.
Oh my.
My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Join base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet.
Oh my God.
Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds, rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big?
He can't say.
I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure.
See, he disappeared all day.
Oh, God.
It's big.
Did they bang?
Oh my God.
So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose-lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe. Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was 1, not 2, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar. No? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong?
You have no impact on my thong.
I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs. So at some point, you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, re my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed it a text every school day at 4 and 4:30.
Oh my God, he didn't give all the texts.
I meant what day was your B-day.
Oh my God.
I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like. And probably pretty independent too. So I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect To what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated.
Oh my
Tonight's
God.
party? Excuse me, tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it.
Holly, is this how
I
you
deleted
talk?
it because I didn't want to
Is this how
do
we
my
talk?
own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much.
What?
Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, it was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too.
What?
Yeah, weak. I agree.
I knew it. Wait a second. I am stopping. Fuck yes. It was a pack anyways. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Dude, if that's Carrie Roberts, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. These people are crazy. Get 'em.
LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No. I told you he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing. So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me?
Dig me.
Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me, himself. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit.
Wait, what?
Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too. And kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that.
What? Oh, wow, what?
I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever.
God, who are these people? This is getting good.
Lighten up, Francis.
Oh my God, Francis.
Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet.
Combat.
I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say/do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your
It's really good. Trust me, I'll show you.
questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire?
What
To
do you
start,
desire?
I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that?
Oh, sports reference. What? He didn't even have the Heisman. What a fucking idiot.
Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record.
Come on.
No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit.
Oh my God. So you think I would just give it up to you? Oh my God. It's like he's a high school senior. I'm dead. I'm sorry. Oh, Higgy Poo.
Bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot.
Oh my God, what is going on?
And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me last minute of
What?
through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh.
Huh? This was never read in the last trial.
So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m.
Oh my God.
Sup? Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7 and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield.
What's up?
Do I know her?
Right.
Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have, never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The
This
PT
is important.
of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl.
This blows up everything that Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe were saying about he was going to break up with her and all this whack ass shit. She didn't give a fuck. That's not what this, like, so this is what this is proving to me, is that Karen is just DTF, baby. DTF. And Higgins must be so insecure about his body that he didn't want a DTF.
Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where are you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two.
Oh my God, he asked for a pic. They don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Good answer.
Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this.
What?
Please. Bite me.
What?
Stop saying fresh things.
What?
Why?
Wait.
I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the.
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
Oh my God, here we
I
go.
think starting at I
It's gonna
usually
be
drink
so
whatever the
good. It's
person
gonna get
with
so
me
good
is
here.
having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see your smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry, I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right. It repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay. Should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha. No. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha.
Okay, get to the good stuff. Let's go.
Okay.
Come on,
Well, I am
Chief.
in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay. Well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going. Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would daub say. You decide. I don't know either.
Oh my God.
Whatever you want. I don't either. Play so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so.
This is insanity.
Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks? It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First come,
Look at how
excuse me, first one.
God.
What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan.
Oh my God, what?
LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good. Yours? I'm exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5 Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha. I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know.
Dad! What the fuck is this?
Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Stranger.
What?
Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. Haha. I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died. 32, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. Lights, please.
Our jurors were right at 1 o'clock, so we can go.
Court, all rise for the jury.
I'd like to see counsel just a second about scheduling, please.
Goodbye.
Okay, so we're gonna be at lunch break here. It's a full day. Do we think, Higgins said that we only she just came over for a drink and nothing happened. Do you think that something really happened? Because she wrote, made it home safely, thoughts, Mabes, what? Dude, they fucked. They did something. They did not do anything at the house. There's no way. You guys saw that, right? You guys saw when she returned back to and said she made it, back home or whatever. They totally nothing. She just didn't just come over for a drink. That's a lie. And I'm sorry, but I think that this is the type of lifestyle that they've had. That loser couldn't close the deal in person. I don't know. All I do know is that he was able to get up on that stand and say whatever the hell he wanted because he's like, Karen's not taking a stand. You know what I mean? Karen found out Higgins' boxers were light. Oh my God. I don't think they hooked up. I don't know. Higgins is just a platypus. Tough time. I saw he's put on the spot. I'm sorry, but I think that maybe it didn't work. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think she would have wrote that when she got back home. I don't think it would have been like that. I think he was like, he's probably, he probably had whiskey dick. So he's like, oh my God, Karen's coming over. Starts fucking fisting fucking Jameson's. Karen's coming over. I'm just sitting here in shock and horror. Yeah, they at least totally dry humped. Come on. Karen knows when someone goes over for a drink, why wouldn't they do stuff? That makes no sense. That's why I think she was just like, what is he talking about? And I'm sorry, like when she's hanging out with these girlfriends and these friends of hers, I think they're more than friends. I don't care. Not a moron. Especially in the Boston area. So many fucking lesbians and bisexual people in Boston.
Why don't you come in?
All
What's
right.
going on? Is it going to be lunchtime? Who's that person? Who's walking back like that? What's going on here? Karen was having an affair and John found out. It wasn't an affair, guys. I think they do this stuff all the time. For all I know, Karen was saying stuff about like, hey, me and John like to have threesomes. Like, John wants to watch me bang you. Are you cool with that? Well, so, you know what I mean? Like, for all I know, like, I don't know. This is crazy. This is crazy. But this all needed to come out because this is absolutely craziness. This is way more than Higgins read. Probably just swingers, open relationship, figure it out. Who knows? Yeah. Bev wants some of Higgins now. I'm loving wherever Higgins is at right now, and that he's in some watering hole. You fuck. I'm loving it. Embarrass the fuck out of this little peep. Little peepers. Little peepers. I don't know why they would fight though. Yeah, Carol's a whore. Karen's a whore. Well, that's okay. I was banging the Sullivan sluts. Like, I mean, I don't know. So after Karen says he died, no response. That was the end of it. Ever texting everyone. Yeah, exactly. Yep. John's dead. John died. Like, it was like basically like her way of saying like, what did you guys do? Because John's dead. John died. Maybe she was doing it for John. Yeah, text him and say these things. I don't know, man. No, she typed John's dead at 11:54, like that morning, like 11:54, like before noon. She didn't text him John's dead like it was like the next day. Karen knows Higgy told John that night and should hit the fan. Yep. I can't listen to this music. You guys, hell yeah. And you know what? I love that. The only thing that I wish would have been better is that if we would have had Bukkake on the camera, like a split screen of Bukkake reading it. That's one thing that was missing. But Higgins only turned over what he wanted them to know. Yep. What a little girl. I don't love this at all. I don't know how you love this. What do you mean how I love this? But I don't know how you love this. Because there's all little nuggets in there. Okay. Karen does not text and drive. That's why she didn't text him. Remember what I was saying? Why aren't you texting him? Because she drove off and then she's calling him because she's not a texter and a driver. Like, so that makes sense. He has a Jeep. Okay. He has a Jeep. event about he's claiming that he does not drink and drive with his fucking work truck, okay? And then here after he's been drinking all night, he's gonna go play parking lot over at the Canton Police Department. It would have had to be for a very fucking serious reason that you would ever do that. That you would go play parking lot over at Canton Police Department with the cars when you're over here telling this broad who's ready to blow you, okay, take lines of coke off your dick, and you're over here talking about you don't do things with your work truck. There's all little nuggets in there that are very, very important. The military base that he drives through, okay? Higgins panicked. He panicked. Peggy loves those texts. It's all going to come out. I told you, Karen Reed is testifying. Mark my words. Now that that's even out there more, Karen Reed's testifying. Karen Reed's going to bring the smoke. Karen Reed's going to be like, listen here. We're all a bunch of little fucking swingers in this little fucking shit-ass town, okay? And this is how it was. And this guy wasn't, he was all weird. It's coming. It's coming. I love it. She made out with Carrie Roberts. Carrie Roberts. Who's this Karen? Who's Carrie? I kissed gay Jeff and Carrie. Who is gay Jeff? Who are these people? Can someone start looking up these people? Who are these people? For all we know, they're hitting with the Wahlburgers. There's really, really good things. Hey, Lana, brain the size of a planet. Thank you. I have been listening. What time is the Dateline watch party? UK here. Oh God. I don't know if it's at 9 p.m. tonight. I don't know. That's gonna be late for UK then. You guys are what, 6 hours behind? Or in front? Big brains. Big brains over here. Frat house in Fantasyland. Welcome. JJ, I would say, God, what time is it where you're at right now? It's 1 o'clock here, so DB, happy Mother's Day. Oh, thanks. Lana, what do you actually think happened? Who do you think beat him to death? I think they talk about these house parties. I just don't think that the Alberts was the house party they were going to. I just don't. Yeah, that doesn't. You're not going to go hang out with a bunch of little fucking frumsters like Sarah Levinson and Julie fucking Nagel. Okay, like, get the fuck out of here. Lank's Blizzard party would seem like more of like their pace. I don't know. This tells me that Karen knows more than everybody thinks. Yep, she may not have killed him, but knows more. Bring Gay Jeff to the witness stand. If Gay Jeff takes the witness stand, I am going to roll fucking. I hope that they turn this into a huge circus. They've already made it a circus. Is Carrie Roberts? I think it's Carrie Roberts. I feel like Karen wouldn't misspell her name. Her name's Kerri. Who gives a shit? Fuck everybody. Misspell that bitch's name. Who is Gay Jeff? If I can get Gay Jeff on the show, Gay Jeff, if you're out there, please get Atlanta for an interview. I just want to know, and then they're talking about. It seems like Karen likes to have fun. So I think I'm gonna hit her up after the trial. Shit, maybe I'll hit her up when I'm there for the verdict watch. She needs a rebound. You know what I mean? Let's get the champagne bottles going. Fuck yeah, Karen. I bet you Karen's porn, Google porn, is off the hook. Okay. I can't wait till this movie is released. If somebody doesn't know who Gay Jeff, how about all these people just getting their names out there? Like, who are these people? Okay. Who's the This is what it is. I'm mad at Karen and she can't clean and figure out why her husband got murdered. It's not her husband. Whose husband? Nobody's married. Got murdered, but because, are you kidding me? This is a joke. This is a goddamn circus. This is why he is goddamn what? I don't even know. Girl, you just gotta roll with it. It's all gonna come together. I promise you. Gay Jeff is gonna save the day. Okay. Carrie's husband's name is Kurt. At first I didn't think that she was talking about the kids, but I feel like she was actually talking about the kids. Higgins is just a dud. Ugh. Did they see Higgins that night? Yes, he was all out. Yes, he was at the bar. See, I could just tell the people that haven't watched this trial exactly you would be asking that because Hank's going in a ridiculous order. Who's the guy with the bad breath? I mean, this has become a damn circus. But I can see Gay Jeff impersonators now flooding the market. I think that Auntie Deb should do it. Maybe Gay Jeff is Auntie Deb. Plot twist. This has exceeded all expectations today. Yuri Buchanan totally is reading this. Now the jury's like, oh my God, well, how are we gonna? All it did is that Higgins told John about Karen's actions. Okay. And then what if it happened like this? What if John's over here like, well, yeah, I told her to do all that stuff. Like, what do you mean? I like to watch her. What? Like, or, it's, what if they had threesomes? And what if Higgins is over there like, what the fuck? You think I'd fuck you, dude? What the fuck? I ain't gay, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Come on. Something's coming. I'm telling you, there's some bombs coming. There's some big bombs coming. And now Bev is feeling like she was left out of the action. It is Swingtown, USA. And it's all gravy, baby. We just, the truth will set you free, Carrie is not disappointing. There is going to be nothing but bombs coming. And so then Alan Jackson's going to say, okay, so you read that, right? And then you know that John, the last person to text John was Higgins. Are you coming here? After he texted Karen, well, you know what I mean? Like, you didn't think that a fight could have ensued? Could have, like this is what this is all leading up to. Third-party culpability. Okay? Higgins let the cat out of the bag, called Karen a slut to fucking John, or to John. It'll be interesting. No, I didn't see first round, but I watched some back. Oh, you're going to love it. You're in for a treat. I promise you. Real tea with Christy. You got it. You got to stick with it. I'm telling you. Now, I want to know if the door's been opened for Hanky Poo, if he thinks he's going to now call up the Sullivan sluts, because that was a big motion limine contention. But this is going to get real good. This is going to get real good because guess what? Where's John's text with Higgins? Let's see those puppies because you know that Higgins didn't put all those in. So, all right, I'm going to, we'll be back. She said we're going to be back here probably like at, 2. So I'll start back at like 1:50. I'm going to go get myself some Jameson, get the popcorn going. We have a long afternoon here. Not really, just get 2 hours worth. I'll put that music on. Yeah, Beats by Dre. Please play Nurse Kim. I can play it, I guess. You guys want that as your lunch entertainment? Give me that Henny. I'm rolling 2 blunts. Fuck yeah. Girl, I'm rolling 2 blunts for this shit. You guys are DTF? That means down to fuck. You guys like how I just whipped that out? I was like, oh my god, Karen Reed was so DTF, and Higgins is like, what? Huh? Look at her TV like she's like a rave. Can't do it. Okay. Yeah, I'll play it for you. I'll play it for you guys. Don't say I'm not the real deal over here. Okay. Oh, what happened? Oh god, what did I just do? Oh god, what's going on? Holly, I knew you would DTF. Holly, you DTF? Only for Lana. Holly, I'm gonna call you right now, okay? We need to talk about something. I know my whole chat's like, oh my god, DTF, yay, Lana, what are you talking about? Karen Reed basically tells Higgins she's DTF, and he's like, huh? What does that mean? Oh, Auntie Deb and Nurse Kim. Let's see. Where's the read? Oh, here it is. Okay. I'll cue it. Always for Lana. Here you guys go. Check this out.
Hey, Ryan. It's Karen. No. It's the weed whacker.
What the fuck? Question mark. I send a picture of a 6-pack of Smirnoff screwdrivers. Yo.
Did you try the Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the heli for one last night.
Oh, I'm sure you did. How'd you get my digits? It's a little weird.
Brian, how'd you get my digit? The Melissa and Lido show.
Oh, Karen. All right. Hey. Oh yeah, that's me in the blue bubbles, right? Yeah. Okay. Who the fuck is Melissa and Lido?
This is so good, you guys.
I don't know them. I don't remember, but I thought you were creeping through John's phone. Oh, wait. Too many has?
Well, he probably has no idea who Melissa and Lido are. I thought I was the last person in Greater Mass. No, it's too much for him. Greater Canton who didn't have your number.
Oh, look at, she's into it. She wants the Higgy. She likes that big neck daddy. What? I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. You know? Yeah, it's like a foul ball at the pesky pole. Wonder if she'd like to see my pesky pole.
He answers quick.
Oh.
I must be drunk. You stink.
Yeah. Oh, I stink. Yeah, you suck, you slut. Oh, too much. Too much. You suck. And you're double.
These idiots.
What rhymes with double? A bubble? You're a double bubble. Nope. Double trouble. There it is. Send.
It's Melissa's fault.
And you're double trouble? Oh my god. You're hot.
You're hot. Fuck it.
Oh. Yeah, it's what Big Neck Daddy does. He makes the broad sweaty. Yeah, she's thinking about me. Or is she not? Uh-oh. Oh no, man. Are you serious or are you messing with me?
God. No, I'm serious. He's answering right away. He must be drunk.
The feeling is mutual. Mutual, Karen. Oh no. Is that bad?
Is that bad? Oh, he's nervous.
How long have you thought that? Oh.
This is out of control.
God, he's a wreck. Are you okay to drive? Why don't you just stay here?
Oh no. Well, no, I am fine. I have an office at the PD, you know, because she'll think that's hot. She'll think that's hotter. Because I got the space because of Berkey. Yeah. You didn't answer the question.
Oh my God, he's needy. Rather you stay here, kind of a loner, which I used to be.
Yeah, not really. No, I'm not like, I mean, that's fucking weird, right? Like, I'm not a loner, but I have a ton of buddies, actually, Cameron. But I only let a handful of friends in my circle. Is a circle or a square? I don't
He's
know.
overthinking. He's overthinking.
But you know, I'm tight with him. Oh, so you think you got me figured out, Karen? Shoot straight with me.
I told you. We're just alike. Right?
Well, yes, I agree. And now what, Karen?
IDK.
Shouldn't you know?
Shouldn't you know? Oh, I just gotta ask him. Stupid. Do you like me?
Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, Karen. I have liked you. Oh, take it back. Delete. Well, from jump. Send.
Did he just say jump? God, what year is it? When was jump? No. Back. I'm gonna put it in quotes because yeah. When was quote unquote jump? Send. Oh, green text. Oh.
I think that's me. Is this me? I'm in the blue bubble. Yeah. From the first time that I saw you, and I remember that day. I remember it well. You were outside
God.
cleaning, and you know, we were like making jokes together. You have a Fall River accent. I'm into it, you know, but I won't. Oh, delete. Stop it. Talk to text. Weird. You really think that? I have always thought that about you.
Listen, Higgins, you are improving too much for me right now. It's 1 a.m. Okay, I just got back from the fucking hilly. I'm knee deep in pickle fucking chips. Okay, dill flavor. And I want to get a little wang because Marietta's a whore. And I want to fucking just like prove that I still got it. So can you just fucking stick to the script, Higgins, and come here? Okay, thank you, send.
You're hot.
You're hot.
You're smart. You're witty. But I didn't think you were interested.
Witty?
Yeah.
Witty?
Yeah, meaning like a little quick with a response. You're quick like a bunny, Karen. Oh, that's
Yeah,
that's
because
too much.
you're slow like a tortoise, Piggy. Okay? I just thought we were from the same neighborhood, Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. Okay?
Right.
Thank you.
Well, listen, tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Are you afraid to say what's on your mind, Karen?
Oh, I can't even with them.
I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? Oh, leaving me hanging.
I'm not answering. How are you texting? How am I texting? What is wrong with him? I gotta get out of this fucking town.
Are the kids? Are you with the kids? Are the kids bothering you, kinda?
What is he trying to be like a Captain Save-A-Ho? What? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are.
Again, Karen, you're hot. Real hot.
Yeah.
Hot like the
Higgins.
sun.
Okay, no shit, hon. Okay,
Oh.
I'm hot for Hillside. Okay, low comps. Okay, thank you, Higgy.
You're hot, period. Hillside for sure.
Period.
When were you interested?
Um, uh, 10 minutes ago. No, I can't say that. Don't be mean. Don't be mean. I don't know. You're just my type. You know, clogged arteries and such.
Karen, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. Question mark.
Yuri saying question mark, question mark, question mark, question.
Sorry, Higgins. Wig hair down my throat. Doesn't feel nice when you're trying to eat pickled chips. How do you know I'm not happy? Hold on. Edit. How do you know if I'm happy? Sent.
Right. I really don't give a fuck. What do you like about me, Karen?
You like, oh my Karen. Oh my good Lord, Jesus Christopher Christ, who was nailed to the cross. I just feel like I'm from your neighborhood. You know, refer to the previous email. Send.
Well, yeah, that's true. I think maybe the Jamesons and Gingers are kicking in here, but fuck it. I got at least another 2 and a couple of butt dials with Brian Albert. Yeah, ditto. I'm following your lead with this, Karen.
Following you. Oh, God's last thing I fucking want. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. Send.
Well, let's be clear. I'm a good guy, and you started this. Why did you get my number and reach out to me? You still have not told me, Karen.
Sorry, should I not have?
No, I'm
Dude,
fine
says
with
no.
it.
Yeah, it's exactly.
I just want to know why you can't answer. Oh.
Are you mad at me?
OMG. Not at all. Mad at her. No.
Yeah.
You're being silly now, like a silly goose, Karen.
Karen.
Oh, I'll delete the goose.
Karen.
You're being silly, girl.
I told you, we're from the same neighborhood. And I like you. No, Karen, be nicer. Be nicer. A lot. Send.
Well, the feeling is mutual. I never saw this coming. I couldn't have seen it coming. Not from the weed whacking, not from the hilly, not from the 14 to 18 Jamesons I drink a day, not from my ATF undercover site that I got over at Camp PD, not from anything. I could have never seen this. But I do have one more question, Karen. Do you like me? Send.
Do you
Is
like me?
this Nurse Kim? Send.
Scene.
What do you guys think?
Oh my God.
There you go. That was the there you go. That's what she wrote. That's your guys' lunch entertainment for the day. Bingo. That was cute. Yes, Karen. I love how she says the word Karen. Captain Save-A-Ho. We're gonna we have to really talk about how these people live their lives, their livelihood. When people want to say, "Oh, why would she just up and leave?" You know what I mean? Like, He disappeared. He went off and disappeared. He did it again on this day. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not fucking doing this again, you know? So we're going to find out, though. I think Karen's testifying. I think Karen's bringing it. So that was fun. They're great. Thank God for humor. Yeah, it's got to get us through. But every day they're just drinkers, you know? Nothing wrong with that, you know? Nothing wrong with a little bit of day drinking. Fuck, I'm going to day drink here. Come 2 o'clock, I'm tipping it. This is my entertainment. You know, Yuri, how could we ever have predicted that Yuri Bukaki was going to be reading Higgins's text messages? You guys know that he's never living this down, and I just love it. Just tell the truth, Higgs. Just tell the truth. What happened? Save yourself. I don't know. Maybe he's responsible for it. I don't know. IDK. So, but I think Karen's gonna testify. That's just my thoughts. I think it's landing up for it. But yeah, Bev said we'll be back in 20 minutes, so I'll be back 5 minutes before 2. Gonna eat my lunch, guys.
court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, you had an opportunity, obviously, you read them, so now you've familiarized yourself with that series of text messages that you received from Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Would you, let me ask, I'm going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. You know, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
There are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge?
Yes, get revenge.
On John?
Yeah.
For what happened on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right? Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not. His phone. You know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, right?
We do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account was somehow, I don't even know if that means synced with Karen Reed's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text message.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence.
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay. So as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them,
Okay.
no.
So would you agree that the text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed?
You have to ask that differently.
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed, and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct?
Overtures.
Suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they were back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
I read that he repeatedly asked her what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or what's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
He did, yes.
He called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
He was interested in going over to her house.
Yes,
He was interested in her possibly coming over to his house.
yes,
He told her that he thought she was hot, his words, from the jump, correct?
from the jump, yep.
How did you interpret that?
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean,
As a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he? In the text message, from the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
yes.
He constantly was using phrases to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him, correct?
Gotcha.
Sustained. You have to ask it differently, Mr. Jones.
Did you interpret any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection.
Ask it again.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Karen Reed felt about him.
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
He used the word ghost several times, correct?
I do recall reading the word ghost.
How did you interpret that word?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I interpreted ghost in the common slang terminology as to abandon conversation, stop communicating.
He indicated that 2 different times in the text string, correct?
I know I read the text messages, but reading them out loud to a room full of people, I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was
enough.
concentrating more on the reading, not on the comprehension of each word.
Fair enough. But you did note that he used that term in his text messages to her, correct?
I think I recall at least once that the term ghost was present in the communication.
Did you interpret that? I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret that, the use of that word by Brian Higgins, as showing some level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not.
Not at
No,
all?
no.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little after my time in communicating with others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive or a negative connotation on the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that based on the text messages that we just saw, there was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd, correct?
This chain of text messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th, but the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
I don't recall as specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page or something. Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, thought you were all set?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed responded with talking, ? No, period. Correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 M's behind the H, correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, you sure, with no punctuation, correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to you're sure?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I ask. And now, can you tell the jurors what that text is? And then the next text immediately after it.
Well,
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
no, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins, until January 28th at 11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
Strictly looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they.
Correct. I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read, but just to answer the question I've asked. Based on the text that are in front of you, Sergeant Buchanan, does it appear that Ms. Reed ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins, from January 23rd until January 28th?
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th, Sergeant Buchanan, when Brian Higgins sends, well, did Ms. Reed respond?
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on a text message, no.
You said they were together. That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Ms. Reed when he sent his text, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And she ignored it. Didn't she? Okay.
Sustained.
You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, we did.
And one of those text messages one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins
Bingo.
at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe.
Bingo. Ghosted after the bang. Used him, and then he didn't like it and told Johnny Boy all about it.
You coming here with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. No, no worries.
How long does it take you to look at a fucking document, you fucking prick? And I need to concentrate on reading, and then I don't even, after I concentrate, I don't even know what I read. A fucking detective, my fucking tits. Your wife must work in the kitchen a lot, doesn't she? I bet you she's a kitchen worker, right? I bet you got that kitchen worker wife. I bet you're that type. Get in the kitchen.
Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and, and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
You want it bigger, Daddy?
Mr. Brennan has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "you coming here," 3 question marks following it.
What was the time?
I'm good. 12:20 a.m. May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. So you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She just not responded. Correct?
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd. Correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that she sent, that he sent to which she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks. Correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m. Correct?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room. Well, correct?
Correct.
Karen Reed ignored that text, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
Timeline. Good job, Alan. Fuck yeah, Alan. Take
You're
that.
also aware
Take that,
of a
motherfucker.
call. Your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna say facts on evidence, and he's gonna say it's not about facts and evidence. This is about his investigation. Did your investigation reveal? See, realty? Now you with me, baby doll? Yeah, girl. 2 blunts in, we banging. Okay. So now what's Brendan's over here saying facts, not evidence. Okay. Well, Alan Jackson's over here saying, I'm not asking about facts and evidence. I'm asking about your goddamn investigation. During the course of your investigation, it was known. Oh, look at, they need more time. Okay, I'm with it now. I knew it, girl. I knew you get it. Yeah, baby. Listen, this is a simple classic, 18-year-olds acting like 18-year-olds, even though they're 40s. And this is a classic. Wait, yo, the hot girl's talking to me? What? Huh? Wait, you want something to do with me? Yo, Karen? Yo, come on, Karen. What you want, girl? Like, no. And then he was like, I'm going to be a tattletale because that's what cops do. We tattletales. So I'm going to tell John about it. They got into a fight. But I think he said some other things. I think he said, well, yo, Karen told me that you were talking shit about me, John. What were you talking shit about me for? Just stupid shit. You know what I mean? I don't know. John didn't know anything. For all we know, Karen could have been standing right there. John's right there. Higgins is right there. And John, and then John, so she tells, yo, why don't you ask your buddy over there what we did last week or 2 weeks ago? And he's probably like, what the fuck? Go fuck yourself, John. Go fuck yourself. I don't know. I'm just saying there's a lot of ways to play. A lot of ways this is going to fall. But I'm going to tell you right now, Karen Reed did not kill John O'Keefe. And what it seems to me is that there was a fight, right? Leave his ass out there. He'll wake up in the morning. Or he'll come to. I don't know. We'll see. Stupid. John O'Keefe should not be dead. Yo, Karen. I think the jury can figure this out. Brilliant, AJ. Brilliant. They're going to have to explain, though. And then you're going to have to explain this whole, like, John's phone stopping and not moving after 1:32 and 50 seconds. And as soon as you explain that, then the jury's getting it. When I said that they had to regroup, I was like, God, realize that he is not calling any witnesses. He's going to take every report out of your hand so that you can't refresh people. You can't. He is going to he's calling like nobody to that stand. He's making it as simple as what it was. That's how he's acting. Like, this was so obvious day one. Why do you think we arrested her on February, And then where you can go with that, though, is, okay, so you arrested her after doing no investigating. There's just so many plays. And that's why you got to know your case inside and out. And if you don't know your case inside and out, you will lose to the prosecution. Okay? You have to know your case inside and out, because when somebody tries to lie, or when somebody tries to say they did something that they didn't do, whatever the case may be, if you don't know your case, you can't impeach anybody. And impeachment means when I'm going to show that you're not giving truthful statements. Then you've got to be able to pivot. Okay? In the sports world, make adjustments. Okay? Hey, we're losing at 10 at half. I look at the stats and I see, Jesus, they're killing us from the 3-point line. What the fuck's going on? Or they're killing us from inside. They're getting a ton of rebounds. Like, let's go to a zone, pack it in, make them shoot from the outside. Low percentage shots. Get boards. Let's press. Let's press. Make adjustments. Pivot. Hey, they're in foul trouble. Take it to the rack.
Sure.
Attack them. Karen knows how. Look at Karen calling the shots. Look at that. I love it. Karen's calling the shots. You guys, shot caller right there.
Sergeant Buchanan, did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on
No.
January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. In your experience, would a phone extraction, a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or a forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
At some point,
Come on, Alan.
this is just yes or no. At some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th?
Yeah.
Just yes or no.
No.
What?
As you sit here today,
You've never.
this is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Look at him.
Objection. Sustain.
No.
We need a time frame, Mr. Jeff.
I realize that, Judge. why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Look, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before.
No.
Okay.
What? Get him. You are a fucking liar.
You indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors, disregard that question. Go over to sidebar, please.
Wait. Sidebar, let's see what they want that sidebar again. We're going to
Try to
replay.
get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
This instant replay is brought to you by Bev's Bingo. Hope you guys are enjoying the lingo.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors, disregard that question. Go over to sidebar, please.
What a great look at. Do you see how quickly she's like, you were to disregard that right now? Unless she's paying attention to what the jury's doing. So that's the replay. So he asked about Brian's cell phone being destroyed. Okay. You know what? I remember I told you guys yesterday, I said, hey, Alan, hey, defense team, start taking cheap shots. That's what you call a cheap shot right there. And I love it. They're fucking playing like this. This is your life on the line. Okay? That's a cheap shot right there. Okay? And I love every second of it. Fuck yeah. Brennan's been doing it the whole trial. And why I say it's a cheap shot is because Alan Jackson should have asked that question. Right? That just rung a bell though in those jurors' head. Like, wait a second. He destroyed his phone? You want to play dirty? Fine, we'll play your game. This is my life on the line. I love it though. And he did learn it in his investigation. I would use hypotheticals. What if my client destroyed her cell phone in between the time that you guys, the incident, she leaves the hospital, she destroys her cell phone, she takes her SIM card, she burns it, and you guys get to her and she doesn't have her laptop anymore, she doesn't have her phone anymore. What would you have done? What would you have thought? Okay. We're at the sidebar. Another sidebar. God, how am I going to do that today? Sidebar there. So to go back to the timeline here, they walk in the Waterfall bar. Okay. He's gonna have to really paint this. I would go show the Waterfall bar now. The video. You're gonna want to show that at 11:38, Higgins' text to Karen, and then 1 hour later, 12:20, and in between that, you're gonna show how Higgy and Johnny Boy, and he's doing like, Higgins points at him, and then he's doing like the running man. Sabba. This is what's going to happen, Bev. Okay, all these are coming in. He knows about it as he sits here today. Okay, You're going to sit here and tell me that he has never been made aware that these people destroy their phones and their SIM cards? What do we got for me, Bev?
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you become aware of a call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton Police Department?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at
Bingo.
Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone.
That was
It
my
not
question.
looked at as a individual that we would need to get his information for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed.
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that you just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th. You did nothing.
Go to the video.
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
Go to the video.
And the information that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
How do you know?
We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their
So you did all that?
communications consisted of.
Why'd you do all
And
that?
that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a
The-
representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the three devices.
Woo!
Well, an
Woo!
extraction that you were handed on a device by someone.
Who?
No, I said that we had all three devices. And as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
If you-
Sean's and Karen's.
Correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate.
Why did you
and it
think that he
was.
would lie?
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone. Correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes,
Why?
because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives.
Wow.
The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
What?
Supporting documentation, including a text message at 2:20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview from Brian Higgins, right? 12:20 a.m. That's one of the factors, right?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just feet from the front door, side door, and the garage door. Right.
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face. initially, please?
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
I realize
three.
it's before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking about.
Yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, a big contusion above his right eye, correct?
What are you doing?
That is not
Alan?
correct.
A big egg just above his right eye?
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye. And there wasn't a contusion.
Two different paramedics, so they saw what they described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually be described as an egg above his right eye.
What?
Did you notice laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
What?
Did you see a small laceration in the right nostril on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm
didn't
not a
learn
medical
that?
professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him
You
and
didn't-
saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location. 0. You consider that?
At what point?
On January 29th, between say 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight,
Sergeant, I'm
I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know.
He
We
was-
don't know.
he
We
was
work with the
talking
evidence
good.
that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented.
Stop it, Alan. Why aren't you talking about the fact that he was prepped by good at the goddamn Canton Police Department, you fuck, at 9 o'clock, and they had already done the fucking leaf blowing. This is where you go with it. What the fuck is he doing? He better get there.
At that time, Sergeant, was a a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you described for this jury as being the area around
Boom.
fire hydrant, flagpole, where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the Sallyport in Canton. Correct?
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
Get him.
When you talk to when you talk to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of dusting of snow, correct? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you from that interview couldn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
Objection.
What?
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
Show him the fucking shit. Show him his report. Open up your mouth, buddy. Open it up. Alan Jackson. About to lay it in there.
May I put you on?
Yes.
Get him. I love it. Open it up. Open it up, Daddy. There you go. Take a look at your shitty ass report.
Take a look at page 3, the highlighted portion. If you wouldn't mind.
Documents. Open real wide. What you got?
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that with a dusting of snow, there is no snowbank. Right.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Alberts when he arrived. So there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank. So
How do you
behind
know?
it.
Snowbank being in the lawn. Actually, he said the lawn.
Yeah, he's,
Sorry. He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the driveway, correct? That's how he described it.
he said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank, correct?
Right, off to that area. Right.
Did that raise any suspicions in your mind that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
Haha.
No.
What? There was no snow. Show him the fucking tape, Alan.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins's phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Did you look at the entirety of the Waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the Waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot read it.
Thank you. The video, thank you.
May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
And I'm asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that.
11:46.
Can we pause it briefly, Mr. Wolk?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Lay some pipe, Daddy.
Can you please, if you can, point for the jurors whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video?
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
I can't tell you exactly. Maybe if you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you. But from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know is Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay, so remember, he had already texted her.
Can you pause it?
Stop it.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
Can you describe what Brian Albert, and by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 2-9 on the chyron on top, the 29?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please?
Brian Higgins showing
pause
off for Karen.
Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
Wrestling.
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like ref housing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
What's up,
I'm not
Dinky
suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it.
What dorks. So perfectly laid out. So perfectly laid out for the jury. And Karen's not even watching. Look at. Look at that. Karen's off. Not even. Yes. Look at them.
Can you pause it? Sergeant, do you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the two gentlemen.
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play.
She's got them tips, baby. Look at that hair flowing.
And pause it.
You see her yet?
Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top left. Top right corner of the frame, talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please. Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the Waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
What you just saw.
That footage is from the Waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the Waterfall and went back towards Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about the band or the bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, those folks. Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22, while you're queuing that up, did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, squaring off, yeah.
You are former military
Bingo.
Yes,
and current law enforcement.
yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both the military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer.
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
Why aren't you?
If we can go ahead and run at 16:35.
Okay, when he would have said now I am, I would have said, well, didn't you review these text messages? Didn't you just tell this jury that you'd already went through these text messages? So what do you mean now you are? What do you mean now you are? That needs to be said. That goes to show you guys did not investigate. So when he said, well, now I am, oh, so why do you mean now? Is it because you find like you've never read these before? You didn't investigate. You should not. What do you mean now? That is how you lay your motherfucking pipe to show that you didn't investigate. You didn't even read this.
Up to 17:22 with the court's permission.
Okay.
11:55 p.m. Oh God, he's butt fucking him. Looks like it. What are they doing?
If you can pause it. Can you describe for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in this footage?
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver or
As if
abdominal thrust, I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
Brian Albert's got his hands around Brian Higgins, correct?
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or grappling?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
God, I would have loved if he said he was out. You know, it looks like he's in a sexual position. What are they doing? And they're hugging each other. Weird. Who does this stuff at the bar?
Thank you. If we could take that down. During the course of reviewing this video, or the entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again? On this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor, runtime 1915 to 1957.
Here it is.
45 or 50 seconds.
This is the good one. This is the Running Man.
Can you pause it? Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals that you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip as yet? Or do we need to play it a little further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video? Okay. You could center that just a little bit toward the right. Other way. There we go. Thank you. And if we could go ahead and play that from 1915 to about 1957.
There he is down there.
Pause it. Do you recognize the three people center screen now?
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming.
What?
I don't want you to assume.
Guessing. I can't make it out.
Okay, let's
to
play
identify each individual.
Let's play it forward if we can. One more time. At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, I can say that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
Oh God, yes.
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person to his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins.
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins.
To the right from my perspective?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive. I'm
Okay,
not
let's go ahead and
positive.
play it. Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay, okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
I cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video, and let's play it from here. For the jurors, please, on both televisions.
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
And this
on the other TV.
right
Okay.
there. He's appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that, the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? And then please focus on Mr. O'Keefe.
Focus on it. Yeah, watch.
Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he's appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's still engaged in conversation.
Pause it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer
Right. Which direction is he looking?
in
Same.
the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play.
What was he doing there? What was he?
And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. We'll take that down. I want to change gears for a second. Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant. What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were headed to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
Oh my God.
Shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. Okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears, if I could, to another video. Did you review certain ring videos, specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor, just a moment. This has previously been marked as 12A. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
Pause it. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay, go ahead and play. Pause. Did you see anything happen with the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Okay.
Let's try that one more time.
Here we go.
Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of an impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay. You had this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed during the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, right?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year?
Ask it differently.
Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is
I know there's
movement.
movement of the tire. Could be an earthquake, could be someone standing there and pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move.
They have to have collided, correct?
At a slow speed, yes.
Which area of the SUV collided with the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to change gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog.
A dog.
You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
All right. It shouldn't be hard to answer questions. Like what do you want to ask me? Like, this is how do you guys think the jury's feeling? How do you think the jury's feeling? I think the jury feels amazing. I think the jury is like, they didn't investigate, okay? They need a rope in the fact that you arrested my client on when? And what are all these reports? So you arrest her on what day? February 2nd, right? What did you have on February 2nd? Did you ever call my client down for a formal interview? What did you have on February 2nd? What did you have? You had fucking dick, is what you had. So if it's one thing, I mean, like, okay, I could see if you would have arrested my client on, I don't know, February what? They didn't even talk, like, they didn't even interview Nuttall. February 7th was his. I mean, what the fuck? This is exactly what they did to Sheldon Jeter Jr. They arrested him within 24 hours and lied about when they did stuff. No chain of custody, all this stuff. And the cops drove his SUV after they drove a different SUV or a van before that. And then they planted an evidence blanket. And they planted some gunpowder residue. It's very, very interesting. I just see so many similarities. Like, that's why I think Karen Reed was saying the O.J. Simpson case. That's why I think that the only reason she wanted to bring that up is because, and there's probably other cases that she could have used, but it's just because people know it, okay? No case, okay, should be prosecuted like this. And this is all the things that we're going to see in the Brian Kohlberg case. And I can't wait to see the names that say Karen Reed's innocent, right? And that stuff was planted and all these things. And you're going to see the same type of police work in the Idaho 4 student murders. And I'm very curious to see what people are going to say about it. Nobody should be convicted off of this type of work. Nobody. How can a jury, for them to even, how is a jury even hung? How can you seriously say that I think Karen Reed's guilty? How do you even say those words after you see all this shit? How do you even say that? They didn't even investigate. I don't care what you think, bitch. That's how I would be talking in the DM. They'd be like, this girl's got to go. She cannot be one of our jurors. She just said, I don't care what you think, bitch. Yeah. It's about what did they prove beyond a reasonable doubt? I don't give a fuck what you think. What did they prove to us? What they proved is that this case for a cop being found dead clearly wasn't important to them. There's no, you can't sit here and blame a fucking blizzard. One day you had some snow. Whippy shit. Oh, it's gonna go like this. It definitely is. Trust me. It's the same shit. Everybody should be saying, we have no idea what happened because these guys didn't investigate. Okay? Same with Delphi, same with this. When your department doesn't do what they're supposed to do to investigate a crime, right? You guys just arrested her on day 1, day 2. You did nothing. You didn't. How are you going to say you let the evidence lead you? What evidence did you have before you arrested her? You didn't let the evidence lead you anywhere because you arrested her. And that's what needs to come full circle is Karen Reed was arrested. So for this man, I would say you just told this jury that you let the evidence speak to you, right? Okay. There was nothing there. You arrested her before you went over there on February 3rd and got all your shit, right? So what evidence was speaking to you between January 29th and February 2nd? What evidence was speaking to you? Your 3 interviews, right? With Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert, then Nicole Albert, then Carrie Roberts. Those are the ones that happened then, right? Bev isn't ending here. She's going to go to 4. No, we found his shoe. Let's talk about that shoe. You reviewed he's got to come back to that. You reviewed the Canton police, all their reports, right? And their pictures, right? And then you got the CERT team pictures, right? So who was there first? Canton police, right? All right. They used a leaf blower at what time? Okay. He got all the way down to the nub, right? To the grass. Okay. So 7:42. You see this picture here? Mm-hmm. Flagpoles in the back. See the berm? Great. What time does CERT team go out there? 5:45? Okay. How many hours later? The scene wasn't secure, right? Anybody could have went over there, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Show them the picture of the shoe. Show the jury those pictures side by side and say, well, you were investigating this case. You didn't notice that the Canton team in the morning when they were searching, they took a picture from this angle, same angle, and there was no shoe. And then the CERT team, that's how you would go about it with this guy because he has the case file. I think Brennan kind of screwed himself by so you show that to the jury, it's over. 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 It's over. Over. I just can't believe. Have you guys heard any mainstream media put those two pictures next to each other and talk about that? How does mainstream media not cover that? I mean, please tell me that Alan Jackson's team knows about that, right? Right? Because everybody just wants to talk about it's a different shoe. It's a different shoe. And I'm just like, what's wrong with you people? Stop saying that and focus on the bigger picture here. Oh, here she is, Bev.
I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
Or what if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
You don't know.
Rehomed, I guess.
Okay. So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay.
Love him.
At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
Good question. Start asking more of those.
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay.
When?
What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records.
I want to stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family?
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
The veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name? Where were these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
Wait,
That is
what?
correct.
Separate person named Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
And did this person Riley have any records
Cora?
showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
What the fuck?
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner.
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
You guys, this is absolutely crazy.
Yes.
You're gonna have to show me that report. Oh my God, I need to see my report because I just don't know this. Wait, the dog, wait. Did they swap out different dogs? Oh my God. Chloe's revenge. Her name is now Cora, allegedly. You didn't think this is at all strange?
Okay, I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
Did this, reviewing your report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That
it?
you gathered along while you were doing?
Yes, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you'll take a look at those 4 documents. Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
Dude, let's see what's going on here. Whew. God, you really know how to snooze a girl. Come on. Fuck.
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
So how are we supposed to believe you? Wait, what? Then how
You
do
don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
I wouldn't know what it looks like. That's why it's even quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want an answer to my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I can't.
answer is
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times, but the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation, it might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday, you're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It might be Friday before you can even sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Obviously, perfect world.
In the perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date and delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that, no.
You became aware early on in your investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, correct?
They are witnesses, yes.
Both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022. It's just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure, you learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed Karen Reed's SUV, when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview, they pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Which means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct. Yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
What's wrong with that?
Is that what you just testified to?
That's my memory from what the interview produced.
Show him Ricky's point. Show him Ricky's report. Ricky's report doesn't say that.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, the early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation, you learned that Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV.
Okay,
Yes.
so good. Higgins is Jeep. Higgins is Jeep.
You instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Come on, Ricky. Come on, Ricky.
Thank you.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you, why don't you just tell me if that, whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to communications you had with Michael Proctor specifically?
It's coming. August.
Thank you, Sergeant. Does that refresh your recollection as to a conversation, or I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Also, my name's misspelled in there. Is that from the extraction or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you. Wasn't me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I can't take credit for that. Thanks.
Oh, and Proctor's text messages.
If your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? These are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is. It is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because. Are you listening? I'm sorry.
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my own questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So while we want to interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed
Wait, what?
the events taking place. And
Wait.
we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that? Anything different? So that's...
Okay, so it would be important, obviously.
He
to
thinks
interview
Brian
witnesses
was
in a timely
driving?
manner.
In some instances, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and, I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory of that, no. I'm sure a report would indicate when.
Oh boy.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I may have misspoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky D'Antonio was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
What year?
2023.
The driver of the car.
So that would have been a year and a half later, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that's a timely report, or rather a timely interview for an eyewitness, the gravity of which is described in your report?
We again, perfect ideal world scenario, it would be quicker.
So that would be, no excuses, not going to bars, but that would be untimely, correct? Year and a half later.
We do the best we can.
What?
You indicated that your memory was that the cars arrived simultaneously.
Here it comes.
That's a interview with Ricky D'Antonio. Do you see the highlighted portion?
See this part, guys?
I see it.
Ricky D'Antonio actually told you that the car was
Objection.
parked, correct?
Objection.
Yes.
Objection sustained.
Why?
No, may we approach the
Yes, can I see that, please?
Yeah, it's his fucking report. And it's exactly what it says. Okay, so the driver of the vehicle, when interviewed, he's like, what are you talking about? I didn't wave somebody on and then tailgate them in. Okay? I didn't wave somebody on and tailgate. So it says Ricky D'Antonio. And he says, I didn't know. He's like, when we arrived, there was already a vehicle parked there. Okay? And now this is where it's going to come up with the Higgins part. All right? So this is where it's going to say, now here's the house, Mr. Buchanan, right? When you interviewed Higgins, he told you he parked where? In front of the mailbox, right? Well, that's where Ricky parked, in front of the mailbox. And he got there at 12:30. So how is he going to park on top of Higgins, right? He's going about it like this, and this is exactly how you would need to do it to show that third-party culpability comes in when the investigation did not do what it was supposed to. And Alan Jackson's going to prove it right here. He's going to prove that, and this is why they didn't do and ask certain questions. That's why they didn't ask Jennifer McCabe where the fucking Jeep was. Fuck her. We got her toe tag. Okay. But what we have here is Ricky was driving, and he's like, no, when I pulled up, we pulled up right in front of the mailbox. This is why they didn't ask anybody anything. All right, so they're going to do it with him, which is when you would have interviewed Higgins, and Higgins told you that he goes out to his car to get in it in his Jeep. He's like, well, how did he not see a body? You know what I mean? Well, but Higgins got into his Jeep when? Because, not until what, let's say 1 or 1:15. Okay, and where did he say it was parked? Well, Ricky D'Antano says that there was no car there. There was nothing parked there. Ricky was the driver.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you interviewed Ricky D'Antano, he indicated that upon their arrival at home, 34 Fairview, quote, a dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he told me, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report, yes.
Thank you.
Where did Higgins say he was parked?
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh my God, they're going to leave us with a Friday General Hospital cliffhanger. This is going to be so good. Here he comes. Now, when you interviewed Higgins,
Your Honor, I'm just about to start.
Why don't we come to sidebar now from the floor?
yep, he wants to stop here because he's about to go into a different part because he's about to loop this all together. Oh my God. Higgins is so toast. Higgins is so toast. I will explain this as soon as we're done. I'm going to use Hector and I'm going to draw you the map of the world, okay? This is absolutely amazing. I believe that Hank Brennan did Alan Jackson a favor. This is so good. This is so fucking good. This is so good. Oh, man. He's the one that interviewed Higgins. This couldn't have played out any better. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. So so you knew what Higgins told you, right? And when did you interview Higgins? Okay. And so you interviewed Higgins on this day. And so you knew what Higgins told you. And then when you hear what this person tells you, Ricky, who's telling you that there is no Jeep there. Okay. So then where's Higgins's Jeep? Or is Higgins's Jeep? Because when they would have pulled up, okay, they didn't see the SUV. That's not the car that they saw. The car that when he pulls up at 12:30, whatever time Ricky D'Antano pulls up, the vehicle that he truly sees. Let's see how Alan Jackson ropes it all together. Remember the text message? Remember she's like, oh, will you send me the text that you created with your brother? Okay, we don't have any of their phones. That could have been all staged to say, hey, send this on over to me. And so we have this text at 12:23 and acting like it's a here thing. This is so good. Remember, the only text that they don't have anybody's phones from like as far as like Julie Nagel sent her a screenshot. Okay, sent a screenshot. And I believe the feds went and got all these people's phones. And so it depends on what the feds turned over. And so if somebody went through all of this, they'd be able to, but so a couple days later.
Especially as this moves along, I think it becomes more important for me to talk to the lawyers about scheduling to give you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you that everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule. So we're not behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule for today's purposes. Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start at 10 o'clock on Monday, and we will go a full day. We'll leave every day next week. We'll leave it a full day. So we will see you next week. Those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone.
Ooh, there's a motion to be
Don't do any
heard.
Independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you Monday at 10. Sergeant, we need that.
Goodbye.
Let's see if she the poor jury is just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, they're probably over here like, okay, we don't even know what day this happened on. We don't even know what's going on. Those stats. Okay, here we go. Is she gonna talk?
Court's in session, please be seated.
All right, so Monday we'll start with the jury at 10. If you need me before 10, please let people know so that we can deal with anything we can beforehand. I'll be here before 10. So, all right, we'll see you on
Thank
Monday.
you.
Thank you.
All rise.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I think that's all. She just, I guess, wants an extra hour. She doesn't want to, Lana, how in the heaven's name do you keep all these details? I don't know. I know. I'm just okay. Let's take a look at something. God, Higgy poo. Oh my God, Higgins, what are you thinking? Okay, let me see where my maps are. Well, I think we all know. I think we all know what's going on. I don't even know if I need to talk about it. I think we're good. We're done for the day. Oh my God. Holy shit. Okay, so that would mean that. Oh man. I think the 1223 text message is fake. Boy, oh boy. Oh man. Higgins said in his report that Yuri did. Higgins said that he couldn't see a body because there was already a snow bank. Oh my God, there was no snowbank. he needs to show a Canton Library video and say, this is what it was doing at that time when Higgins says that there was a snowbank, right? This is the same time of day. You're an investigator. People lie to you all the time. Remember I told you guys he gets into it. Remember I told you John gets into a fucking vehicle and it's Higgins and then his fucking phone's in there. They go for a little ride and I showed you the path. I said this is why the phone data expands from 12:27 until 12:59. God, this is gonna be crazy. Oh boy. All right. Here, I'll use my thing. Share. Okay. This is what you're gonna get from me. Make this bigger. Okay, so this is Fairview. And then Fairview goes obviously all the way down this way and then goes back up. But then this side, this is where Chapman is. Okay. So if Higgins parks his Jeep right here, remember we were saying it earlier? If Karen is coming from this way, first of all, Karen would have saw a Jeep there, but if she goes right here originally, so that's Karen. Karen will be in the pink. Okay, if Karen's in the pink. Then how does Richie, who then, because Richie, and he said that no, he didn't like flash any big lights or anything. He didn't see anything like that. He said when he came and arrived, he's like, yeah, I arrived there, drove in. We'll do him in black. But when he pulled up in the middle of the driveway, right here, you see? So this is the car with so Ricky's the driver, and this is the same car with Heather Maxton and Ryan Nagel. And so Hank just had these guys testify, Ryan and Heather, okay, who said that they flashed the lights at a SUV that then turned, and that's who they tailgated in there. And the reason that they were saying that is because nobody ever got out of the car to go in the house. But so here's Karen, supposedly, but here's Higgins, Higgins's Jeep. How in the world would this car be able to possibly see the SUV if there was, in fact, Higgins's Jeep in between? Okay. It's not possible. So basically, when he would have interviewed Ricky states November of 2023 that I know I just pulled in, or I pulled off of Cedar Crest, come in. He said that they came from Hillside, that they did not come from McCarthy's. They came from Hillside, and they'd been at Hillside for about, an hour. They were bar hopping around all day. But when he came, he didn't flash his lights so that Karen coming from this way, or who's ever SUV coming from this way, could go before them. Okay? That doesn't even make any motherfucking sense. Let me tell you why. Who has the goddamn right of way? Who has the right of way? Why would somebody ever coming from this direction who's going to cut across like this flash their lights to say go ahead? That is absolute absurd bullshit. You're coming from this way, okay? You're just simply making a right. That's a right. Karen has the right. If this in fact is Karen, okay? When I heard the whole statement that Ricky's out of Nagel's mouth, Nagel said, yeah, Ricky flashed his lights, and Heather Max, and they said the same thing. And that's why Alan Jackson says, now you know that there was like a sequestration, so nobody was supposed to be listening to anybody's like testimonies, right? And so Heather and Ryan Nagel, they testify literally like to the same thing, which was Ricky flashed his lights and told this person to go. Who would ever fucking do that? Absolutely ridiculous. That's not, why would I even be paying? You're not telling me how it would be as if Karen or who's ever over here would flash their lights at these people to tell them to go because this person has the right of way. Okay? So understanding that's really, really... Have we abandoned the hog heaven theory? No. We have definitely not. I'm just showing people what people have testified to. So when Ricky testifies at the first trial, he says when he pulls in, he did not flash anybody and nobody flashed him, nothing like that. Okay? He just pulls in. And when he pulls in, he pulls right around to the middle of the driveway to like, then he says that actually, then we move up a little bit. So where like the mailbox is. So Ricky says, and then when he gets there, when he's pulled up and parked right where the mailbox is, that he saw that there was like an SUV. He says the word parked. Not that it had its lights on, but that it was parked. Now, where can you possibly, so if you can see this, where's Higgins' Jeep fit into any of this? It doesn't. Unless homie here, they actually saw Higgins. Remember I told you guys that I thought Ricky testified to seeing a female or somebody with a baseball cap on, but it was in the driver's seat. So if what he's getting to is this is where Alan Jackson's going. He's going to say, you interviewed Ricky, right? And you interviewed Higgins, right? You interviewed both these guys. And both of these guys tell you that they are literally they're at the mailbox. Both of these guys are parked in the same exact spot. And Ricky tells you that he never saw a Jeep there. He didn't see a big Jeep with a plow on the front of it. Did you ask Ricky if he saw it? Because then Bukaki's going to say, well, I didn't ask him. That's probably, that's probably why it's not written down or whatever. The bottom line is that two people can't be parked at the same spot. Unless they were there at totally two different times. Right? I could be parked here. That could have all happened. And then I leave. I just had to do it at a different time. And so hence comes in the whole 12:23 text message. They're only gauging what time Sugar Tits what time they got here, Ricky and them, that's all being gauged off of Julie Nagel sending a screenshot of a text message. Do you know how easy it is to fake text messages? It's super easy. It's super fucking easy. So there is no GPS. There is no, it's strictly off of when Jennifer McCabe's phone was downloaded, when it was Cellbrite extracted. And I don't know, maybe the feds did it a second time or whatever, but in the Cellbrite, she has a text message with Julie. And so she would have done this before February 2nd when her phone was downloaded. So think about that. Why do you care? Why are you trying to figure out when he was there? On February 2nd, because her phone was downloaded, that means that it had to have been, if it's in her phone and it came from the Cellbrite, it would have had to be in her phone before this date because this is when it was downloaded. And so any days after this, it wouldn't have caught in the Cellbrite because then they hand you your phone back. You know, after I download it here, it takes me a couple hours and I give it back to you. So I don't know if this is helping people understand some stuff. So that would mean that Jennifer McCabe, right, is, hey, Julie, what time did you text your brother? Did you text your brother? Like, how did that all happen? And so what homie said, which is Ryan Nagel, everybody testified that around midnight, 12 o'clock, that Julie called her brother for a ride. Julie called her brother for a ride at midnight. And so I said, well, and then Ryan and all these people testified, yeah, we probably left around midnight to go over there. Well, and he said, I don't know, we probably would have been there like in, I don't know, 5 or 7 minutes. I mean, I talked to her like this time, and by the time I would have like, and so in my head is Allie McCabe. Okay, insert Allie McCabe. She goes to pick up Colin and she says, here to Colin, allegedly at 12:10 a.m. Well, she testified, though, I pulled into the driveway. I showed you guys the driveway. And the side that she says that she pulls into, so this is where a car was. She says she pulled into it like, on like the closest one. I don't think she pulled into the driveway at all. I think there's a chance that you have Allie McCabe over here and all of this stuff happened a little bit earlier. Again, just a thought. Because this guy right here, same with him, Heather, and Ryan Nagel, say that there was no Jeep. So when do you think that would mean that they were there, guys? They would have had, this vehicle would have had to get there before the Jeep. Or the Jeep was what? It never was there, right? Because where's the Jeep? Where's everybody at? Oakdale, motherfucker. Oakdale. They're over here. Oakdale. This is where Oakdale is, off this way. Cedar Crest, Oakdale right here, like that. So when you want to break it all down, if Ricky, Heather, and Ryan all say there was no Jeep, then it eliminates certain times that they could have actually physically been there based off of the story that they're giving. And where they could have potentially not have seen Higgins's Jeep is when he said that he pulled back snow. He did like a little plow of the drive and scraped back the snow. And he's like, yeah, I did. I was just bucking around. And I just pulled back and scraped back. And then I pushed the snow forward like that off to the side. And then I parked my Jeep right there. That's what he means when he testified during the first trial to, pulling back. Cause this is like they have like a 3-lane kind of driveway. So again, that doesn't make sense though. But Higgins just said that he pulled in and then he scraped the back down with pulled the snow, even though there was no snow. And he said he was just doing it to mess around, and then pushes it over here. And then this is where he parked. Well, that didn't, they said these people are saying there was only one car. Not only just these people in the first trial, Jennifer McCabe's the only person that sees this Jeep. Okay, but doesn't even bring it up. But all these other people say like no to the Jeep, like Julie Nagel, Sarah. Where's this Jeep? You guys see a Jeep? No, we didn't see a Jeep. There was no Jeep out there. Okay. So what Alan Jackson's doing right here is he's showing that that based on people's statements, not all of this could have happened between 12:20 and 12:30 because nobody sees each other. Higgins' vehicle isn't seen by these people. I don't know what questions were asked of Higgins. And this main person here is saying that they did not flag somebody to go ahead and turn and they followed them in or vice versa. And so it's going to really royally fuck up Hank Brennan's closing statements when he wants to say that Ricky's car with Heather and Ryan in it, when they pull away, that it was right after they pull away that Karen does her reversal slam into a homie, right? And that's what you want to, he's just bringing this all in together. Okay, what? Hey, kick out the vandal person. Just block. I don't want the vandal in here. Get the Idaho vandals out of here. This is like the third time that they've done this. And I'll do it. And then you know what? I want Stevie out too. Bye, Stevie. You guys know how trolls work, right? They come in with multiple accounts. They're working both accounts. Peace. I know who it is. Handle. You guys are acting like Canton folks. Really weird. Alan Jackson is showing that you didn't investigate. Okay? You didn't go and interview these people on purpose, but then when you did interview them, if any good investigator would have seen that the statements are clashing. Everything's clashing. So anyways, let's see. Today was the first day that the jury got to see Karen Reed's taillight being broken. Okay. Today, day 13. First time to see her taillight be cracked. Day 13. This is who Hank Brennan thinks is going to win him a conviction. This is his witness list. This is his order. 3 weeks of trial. Okay. Let's see. Again, those of you guys that missed it at lunch, I'm going to write here so you guys have it. Day 1. Let's take these. I'd be so confused if I was this jury too. So number 1, Nuttall, firefighter. Number 2, Carrie Roberts. This is who's winning Hank a guilty verdict. Next, that was day 1. Day 2, Carrie Roberts was still up there. Then it was Peg O'Keefe. Then Nicholas G. He was introducing just extractions. Then firefighter Whitley, who was Carrie Roberts' friend. Then Jean, she introduced Demulus. So she introduced, this is the McCarthy's video. And then the next person was Bridget Meehan, and she introduced the Waterfall video. Then you heard from Michael Camerano, John's friend. Then Nicholas got back up there. If you want to say, like, he would just be, they're just recalling number 4 again. Then Gary Fowler, he was the doctor that said, that took her, hey, you got 0.093. Then you have, again, another firefighter in Becker. This is who took Karen Reed with the Section 12. Then number 12, Ian Whiffen. Timeline, big thing is phone, John's phone. Then you heard from ARCA on that day. Then you have Jen McCabe. Then you have Hannah Knowles. She talked about conversions. Then you have Hannah should have been 13. You have Ryan Nagel. So let's go. Because he really doesn't get a number because he's the same person when he was recalled. Then after Ryan Nagel, then you have Heather Maxon. This is why they didn't call Richie. Then you have my favorite, Sarah Levinston. It's like this technically. Because he doesn't get another number. 18. Who do we have? Paul Gallagher. Then Gilman. Looks like 19. He's the weatherman. So you have a leaf blower, solo cups, weatherman, Sarah Levinston, peanut butter jelly time, and nobody. Heather Maxon, Ryan Nagel, flashing lights, SUV. Then who else do we have here? Oh. Then we have the CERT O'Hara. CERT team. Then you have Charles Ray, who was the wellness check to be able to use that dash cam pick. And actually, they were in different order. And then you have Nick G getting back up there. Then you have Connor Keefe. And who came out before? What's his name? And then you have Yuri. He's number 24. I know that. I'm forgetting somebody insignificant. So this is what you got. Oh, there we go. Katie. How did I miss that hoe? I think she's up there actually, but that's fine. There you go. This is so what would the jury would have learned from this? We have all this other stuff that's been in our brains. Okay, what did the jury truly learn from these people? So I hit him. Was that credible? Carrie Roberts lied to the grand jury. Peg O'Keefe, insignificant. Nick, he was just turning shit in. Whitley, connected there, and his past testimony never said any of the stuff that he said in this one. Discredited. This is who we've heard from so far. Just telling you what we've gotten out of these witnesses. Who's that next person there? Oh, this is just the people turning in the videos. Okay, so here. Michael, what did he? Nicholas. Okay. Drinking. Okay. So I don't think you get, so we have to get all the way here. So when you get the first, in my opinion, valuable piece of anything was to say, hey, this guy right here, the ninth witness gives me something. Okay. Now, and then this chick who goes after him, this is why they separated it. The Knowles chick, where the fuck's she at? Good here. She kind of ruins it. She puts a big damper in his, because that's who did the conversion of it. So I think that this, when you could go to conversion, like it's like a, so just saying. Becker. What did we get from this? What do you think? There's anything important that you got from Becker? I think Alan Jackson did a pretty good job. Okay. Ian Whiffen, timeline. This is going to be the prosecution's second big win, in my opinion, is Ian Whiffen, timeline, phone, and it not moving. 12:32 and 56 seconds. Or that's 12:31. 56 seconds to 12:32 and 16 seconds. So John's phone. Never moving again. That's your biggest thing. So. But he also has these flights of stairs that he says are on a street. Okay, Jen McCabe, what's credible with Jen? What's credible with Jen? She called 911, said there was a body on the lawn. The Google search. So Jen gets, I think the Google search just blows her up, right? Because she maintains the Google search. And so her Google at Karen's request gets blown up by none other than her buddy, Carrie Roberts. Okay. Going over to Lank's house. Her Googling at 2:27. Did that really happen? All these text messages, butt dials, and then testifying differently at other proceedings. Inconsistent, right? So she's saying that she saw her leave the last time though at 12:45. Alan Jackson leaves a big cliffhanger on with Jen McKay because I think he's recalling her. But this was the last time that she says she saw the vehicle. And we know the vehicle, whatever she saw here at this time, Karen has been home for basically 10 minutes. Problem. Okay. Ryan Nagel. He didn't see anything happen. His sister came out. His sister went in. She didn't need a ride. We left. Right? But he's saying that he was there basically at 12:30. So it's really, really close to this time. Like, how would he have not seen something, right? No, he saw no screaming, no yelling, no fighting. He saw no fighting, like nothing was going on, like no fighting. That's what I would take away from it. Like, I saw no fighting, no nothing. And he doesn't see a guy in the passenger seat. He doesn't hear anything. Maxon, she's just a fucking fluff. Sarah Livingston, nobody on the lawn, peanut butter jelly time. Okay. Paul Gallagher, they get to see a leaf blower go all the way down to the ground though. So here they're going to be going back and saying, wow, with a leaf blower, they were all the way down to the ground. Solo cops, Jesus. And what I would think that Paul Gallagher acts like is a combative fuck. He made no reports. He made no reports, right? Paul Gallagher, no reports. He thinks he doesn't need to do reports. No reports. No search warrants. Didn't find no taillight. Okay. Gilman. Absolutely motherfucking get the fuck out of here. The biggest thing you would take away from this is at 5:45 to 6:15. Shoe. And then some pieces. Shoe. Who's missing shoe? We also found out, though, that the scene was not, Alan Jackson clears that up, and he says, okay, well, the scene, which is the house, not roped off. Anyone could have been on it. So then, this is kind of important, though. How did it get there? Well, if we get to show, once you show the jury the picture from Good, who hasn't been called yet, Good blows up cert. So then guess what we get to do? Scratch. Next, dash cam. We're going to rope this into this and say, who wanted that wellness check? Okay, ready? Did Jen McCabe or Carrie Roberts call John's niece? Why didn't they go to her? And then everyone's gonna be like, oh wait, they did. Remember Camerano? Where's he at? Right here. Michael Camerano. He went to pick her up. And then you need to ask if Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe knew about this, which I believe that they did, right? Because they had talked to the family, because Carrie Roberts was calling the family, right? So who would have ever told the police to ever even do a wellness check if it's like who ordered up that wellness check? The only purpose for that wellness check was to literally get the picture of the SUV. So you need to show that the SUV suffered a blow between 5:45 a.m. and 8:23 a.m. And you want to show how Gallagher went there, right? No ring camera. The girls left to go to Meadows. No ring camera. All pointing to the fact that anybody that would have approached Karen's SUV outside there been deleted. So what you want to show is that Canton and all their connections with all their friends Higgins and Albert got Canton to do stuff like the wellness, knowing that there would be a camera, knowing the procedure, knowing that there would be damage. Proctor couldn't have done that, right? But he comes in and helps him after the fact because of his relationship. Connor Keefe gets the wrong shoes. It's a big old fucking mess. I hit him. Seraph's going to handle her. Once they call Seraph to the stand. He ruins her right here. So then she'll be done because he testified last trial that that's not what happened at all. So she's just making that up. And now here we're left with Yuri, and he blew his own dick off the water. So there you go. So that's where you're at with the case right now. But if you ask yourself what they truly have in front of them as this new jury is looking at it, the answer is they have to be so fucking confused. They have to put all of this together themselves. If the defense wasn't to put on a case, I mean, what is Hank Brennan done? What is he doing? Well, what Hank Brennan just showed is Hank Brennan just literally showed how Karen Reed was framed. That's what Hank Brennan just did. Hank Brennan literally just showed to me how the frame happened. And you want to point that out. Like, why didn't Hank Brennan call the cop that Miss McLaughlin was talking about? She points out the cop that heard her say this. So why didn't he call Seraph to back up what McLaughlin said? Because that's not what Seraph saw, as we presented to you guys when we called him to the stand. So that's where we're at in the case right now. And Yuri is in for a long. He's going to be up on the stand for the next 2 days. So I believe that, again, the timeline is going to be masterful when Karen goes and puts on her case. She has a timeline guy. And the only reason that Karen Reed wouldn't testify is because she wouldn't need to, because it's just going to be so destroyed. So we'll see. Thank you guys. We'll see you guys in the next time. I think Yuri's going to be up there for another 2 days. So Paul can keep wearing suits, but I think Yuri has, because it wouldn't take this long, but his answers are making it this long, which honestly I think is only helping the defense. He is, they just see like, wow, he doesn't want to answer these questions. You know what I mean? Someone's going to have a talking to him and say like, listen, dude, you need to answer these questions. Like, you're blowing it for us. So remember, they have a lot more information this time around. Hank Brennan is literally calling people that have only played ball. And so how bad is it going to look when you're actually going to be, when the defense is calling the actual cops that were the first responding cops that were there first? Because all of the stuff that Carrie and McCabe are claiming, the cops were there by 6:10. Carrie Roberts, if Carrie Roberts is the Carrie that that Karen is talking about and that she made out with her, I think Carrie Roberts was the butt of a lot of jokes in town. Okay. I think Carrie Roberts, she's a talker, she's a gossiper. You don't have people like that around you when you're doing shit. That's the last person you want around you when you don't need people like that. Peace out, guys. You guys rock. Thank you so much. Join me tonight. Oh, Sherry D, super sticker, $20. Sherry D, super sticker, $20. Back to back. Mojo, welcome. Today was just fucking incredible. I loved every second of it. Bells and whistles, baby, bells and whistles. Oh, we do have boots on the ground, and everybody is happy at the hillside right now. Oh my God. We're at the Hilly. Fucking my friends are at the Hilly. I fucking love them. Michael Proctor's on a plane to Vietnam. Much love. Peace out, guys. You guys all rock. Happy Mother's Day weekend, all you motherfucking mothers out there. I love each and every one of you. Enjoy your weekend. We'll see you back for trial on Monday. Remember, we don't start till 10, so you get to sleep in after your crazy Sunday night, moms. Get buck with it, mama. Get buck. Higgins got played. And then Higgins went raging. Little raging. Boots on the ground at the hillside. Hilly, hilly forever. All right, bye, guys.